her internet crap out?
I don't know.
Yeah, the cleric lady was with us in the bar, though.
Yeah. So you were pretty much standing guard over the kobolds, but the kobolds are not evil anymore. Just a heads up. After an
Okay, I was
interaction,
watching the kobolds.
yeah,
That's
you were
fine.
keeping an eye on the kobolds to make sure nobody messed with them. But
That's fine.
you were doing that as a friendly gesture. Ah, she returns. Excellent.
Sorry.
You're good. So just so you know, Mikeal, the kobolds and Ciri had an interaction at the cell in Greenest. And after that conversation, she figured out that the kobolds are pretty much born into slavery. They were hatched by the cult and treated like shit most of their lives. Yes, that is correct. So you were keeping an eye on them so that nobody messed with them, because kobolds are perceived as inherently evil by most humans. But these two are not, and they do value their life. They've been mistreated. Think of them as like that angry, kicked dog that everybody's afraid to approach because it's like always aggressive. Well, Ciri approached the kicked dog, and instead of being mean to it, showed it kindness for the first time in its life, and it changed its ways. So instead of worshipping Tiamat, they now follow Bahamut, and one of them has a desire to become a paladin.
So wait, are kobolds basically just the pit bulls of the Forgotten Realms?
Essentially, yes.
Oh, that's good. That's fair.
That makes me feel even better about it.
So I've been watching those kobolds, making sure no one messed with them.
Right, because
Yeah.
you would be aware by traveling with the group on the road over the past 6 days that these kobolds are actually really good if given the opportunity, but they've been forced to do all of this bad stuff their whole life. So now they're being given an opportunity to be good. So they have converted from lawful evil to lawful good. And instead of following Tiamat, they follow Bahamut.
I won't be able to talk to them at all, though, so I'm just making sure nobody messes with them, making sure no drunks think that they can go bullying them.
Why won't you be able
I'm
to
a
talk
guy
to
with-
them?
Can they speak common?
Yes.
Oh, well then
They can scratch
I would
common.
have asked them. I would have asked them for their names because I'm not going to be partaking in any of the drink. Not right now, anyway.
So the kobolds' names are fuck you.
Fuck you, names.
Now I have to come up with
My name's
names.
You.
First one's named Fuck. Second one's named Jew. Third one is named In.
There's only two.
I think they said they don't have names so that I can.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
that
they were
might
never
be,
given
'cause
names.
they were only, if they were only ever really bred to serve, then they wouldn't have even been named.
Yep.
So that's what they tell me. They have no names.
Yes.
Are they different in color? Or are they the same color?
The same color. They're two little red kobolds. About 2.5 feet tall.
You're lizard 1, you're lizard 2, and you're my little buddies. Anyone messes with you, I'ma hit them. You bite the ankles. Agreed?
But we were told to be good.
I'm referring to any drunks that might try to pick on you because you're small. I'm gonna hit them. I'm not gonna kill them, but I'm gonna hit them.
Thanks.
What I do.
Appreciate that.
So in return to the paladin, it's just, would these two be of assistance? Do we still have that accursed mage. Would she be of assistance?
The mage is in
We
the
can
room
make
with
a
you
round
as
of
well.
Right.
The mage is currently under Vincent's watch, and if she gets out of line, it's on Vincent. She is
I'll
a
hold
cleric.
that.
She is a cleric, but he didn't know that yet.
I'm gonna hold him to that.
He agreed to that last session, so
I still don't like the fact that she's with us. I can see her usefulness, I suppose. She does have information. Perhaps you could help our paladin friend.
she says that if she returns to the cult, just like I told you before, if I return to the cult, I'm more than likely going to be killed. So I'm very willing to help you in exchange for my life.
So you're a mage, yes?
I'm a cleric, not a mage.
Who is your patron?
Well, it was Tiamat, but if the cult's going to turn against me, and I'm an outcast, then I don't really have one at the moment.
Then you wouldn't have spells, would you? My mentor always told me that clerical types would lose their powers should they ever fall out of favor with their god.
I have not fallen out of favor with Tiamat yet, just the cult. I'm on the fence about Tiamat right now.
So as she says that she hasn't lost favor with Tiamat, he immediately just squints at her like, nah, I don't trust you as far as I can throw you. But, you're in our group? You willing to help? Okay. I didn't see anyone bloodied by your hands. The worst thing you did was help that lizard, but Vincent took care of him, so.
So, let me read this real quick. So I'm just going to read this to you. I don't think there's any kind of spoilers here. Ontharr Froom and Leosin Erlenthar, along with a handful of other concerned leaders and scholars along the Sword Coast, are in the early stages of organizing against the Cult of the Dragon. Erlenthar's organization is the Harpers. Characters might have heard of the older Harpers, but they're unlikely to know much about the secretive group beyond what is generally rumored. That the Harpers are dedicated to furthering equality and justice, and to keeping power out of the hands of those who don't deserve it. Erlenthar explains that the Harpers are loosely organized. Agents are allowed wide freedom of action. Ontharr represents the Order of the Gauntlet. His order shares many of the Harpers' principles, but the two organizations are very different. The Order of the Gauntlet emphasizes faith, vigilance, and constant struggle against threats of evil. Many of its members are clerics and paladins, but the Order welcomes anyone who shares its ideals. Discipline is key, and the Order is distinctly more structured and hierarchical than the Harpers. The top concern of both groups right now is the Cult of the Dragon. In the past, the cult was more active to the east, and it was focused on creating Dracoliches. Its shift to the Sword Coast and new emphasis on living dragons and on Tiamat are cause for concern. The cult is on the move, and it's up to something big. The Order of the Gauntlet, the Harpers, and a third allied group known as the Emerald Enclave want to thwart the cult's plans. And so, like, essentially, Leosin and Anthar Froom both explain their two factions to you and tell you about the Emerald Enclave, and ask if you would help in removing the cultist from the Sword Coast and preventing whatever their diabolical plans are.
Gareth would have wanted nothing more. I'm
Shadows
willing
can
to-
stab as many cultists as he wants then, yes?
Yes,
Shadows is good.
except
I
that
just-
one, and points over towards Frolum and says, "That one's got information we need."
Squinty eyes. Fine. If Shadows can stab other cultists, can leave one alone. It's fine.
And the rest of you?
Sounds like I can meet a lot of interesting people like this.
More like stabs interesting peoples, but it's either way.
What were you going to say, Siri?
Oh, I missed the beginning, and I didn't know if I was there where we were.
Yes. Do I need to go back and read what you missed for you?
If you feel like you need to, or I can watch it later.
No, I'll go ahead and read it to you just to kind of let you have it for roleplay tonight. Froom Squire shows you into a private space off the tavern's common room, and closes the door when he leaves. Waiting for you in the room are the broad-shouldered human paladin, the monk Leosin, and many pitchers of dark red wine. The paladin's face wears a serious expression, unlike its usual open countenance. "My friends, we have important business to discuss. At this point, you know almost as much about it as we do, and thanks to you, we know twice as much today as we did a 10-day ago. Something rotten is afoot. We have no formal organization to oppose these rascals. Not yet, anyway. We're working on that, and we need people like you, who know how and when to fight, and how and when to keep their heads down and observe. We can't promise you anything except long days filled with danger and stress. But what could be better than that, eh?" And then they proceed to tell you about their two factions, and they ask you if you would be willing to join them and help them, aid them in this pursuit. And
Definitely.
it's about this time Mikeal would enter the room with the two kobolds.
There's no trouble brewing in there. Are y'all up to any trouble other than out drinking each other?
Anthar is just kind of like,
So this is my friend I was telling you about, by the way.
Which
Huh.
one?
I point to the correct kobold.
who, as you said before, you point and say, "This is my friend I was telling you." Who's like, "Ah," and he extends a hand towards Mikeal.
No, not him. Although he is my friend, I would consider him a friend. The
Yeah,
shorter one?
before she even finishes that sentence, no, not him. Well, I'll just sit here and guard the fucking door. Stands back, just kind of huffs, leans back against the door.
So you
Well,
point down
fuck
to the
me.
kobold, and he looks down at the kobold, and he's like, "That one?"
Yes. I'm sorry. I don't think I ever got their names. What was your name? I'm not talking to the
Thing
kobold.
one.
We don't have name.
I've been calling him Thing 1, him Lizard 1, and him Lizard 2.
Well, that is just so sad. You see, they've been slaves since they were born.
Did not know that.
Jim agrees. They need proper names.
They
I like
are
their name.
good at heart. I say we let them pick their name. If they know what they want to be called.
I want to be a paladin.
We'll call you Pally.
Perfect.
Pally the paladin.
I like it.
Hey, that means we can call that one 90.
I was thinking sir, but 90 works too. What do you like?
Yes, sir. I like it.
He's gotta be knighted by a royalty with the charter. Good luck finding one of those.
The guard. I could just make him an honorary guard. Do it right now. Wouldn't be hard.
That
Not a
would be
knight,
amazing.
though. He wants to be a knight.
It's the stepping stone.
The
My mentor would
paladin
speak.
Anthar Froom looks down at the two kobolds and he says, "So you want to be a paladin? We're going to call you Pally the paladin, kobold. Okay. You're a kobold, so I'm imagining you're going to work with Bahamut as your deity. You would need to go to the Temple of Bahamut and offer yourself to him. Until that time, you are a squire. When you feel you are ready, I will personally escort you to that temple and let you take your oath. And you, my friend, I can't help you with becoming a knight. But what I can do is offer you an opportunity to become a paladin, just like your friend."
Paladins are better than knights. They're not tied with honor, chivalry, and you serve your liege. They do their own thing.
You're not entirely wrong, but you're a little wrong. We do value honor and chivalry, but
But you're not bound to it like the nobility and their titles and go here and do this and put down
correction,
this peasant uprising.
just correction, we're not bound to nobility. We can go and do as we please so long as our deity approves.
I still say you have more freedom than the feudal era knights errant.
You are correct there.
You hear that, knighty? It's funner to be a paladin.
He looks over at his kobold friend and says, "Can I be paladin too?" And the kobold says, "We both be paladins." So
I'm gonna do a thing.
Anthar agrees to take them under his wing and show them the ways of being a paladin.
They're leaving us.
They are leaving you. They will work with
No.
Anthar from this point.
I start to tear up.
He says, "Oh, don't worry.
Goodbye, little-
You'll see them again. Just when you see them next time, they'll be full-fledged paladins."
I
expect you both
put
to
a
be taller.
I put a tiny hand on Sierra's shoulder. Worry not, he will show them the way.
Ah, damn it.
You're right.
I'm still leaning back against it, going, "Yeah, don't worry about them. They'll be fine." I would go up there and give you warm advice or maybe even a helpful banter. But we're not friends. Friggin'
I said we were friends. I said
yeah.
not you. He is my friend, but I meant this friend. That's what I said.
Next time you talk in your animal form, I'm gonna tell all of the party that you said something totally different. and you won't be able to disprove it.
Why would you lie so cavalier?
I'm confused.
To my knowledge, I'm the only one in the party that has beast speech.
No, isn't the barbarian, I thought?
I
He
think
might
he's a
now,
little
now that he
offended by
levels.
how you introduced him.
No,
That's what I
he's just
thought.
playing. He's just playing it off as laughs, like, "Oh, I'm so hurt. I'm so wounded." In truth, he's really not. He's just kind of, yeah, okay.
Well, can I tell that, or do I think you're being serious?
He's just kind of smiling as he's telling you all this, like, "Oh yeah, no, I'm not a friend. That's cool. That's fine." Like he gets it. It's just like, dang, probably could have worded that better, or pointed to them first, so that I didn't think he was pointing at me. Yes, that was all previously a character. She just wanted me to explain how I was reacting to the conversation. It
Sorry,
was, it was a good way.
I was very excited, and I'm gonna miss you guys, and I can't wait to see you after you've grown and learned all that you can.
Don't worry.
So give him a big hug.
They both give you a hug and say, "Don't worry, you'll see us again."
I better.
Hey, hang on before that interaction is fully over. I think Vincent wanted to RP something in character before they leave, maybe? Never mind.
He just wants to punch something, that's all.
Yeah, Vincent, I think just wants
He wants to go fight.
Right.
I mean, if he's drunk,
Is that your?
I can always go back.
I'm drunk, not Vincent.
Oh, you're the one that's drunk.
Vincent, are you saying that
Vincent's still
You're-
tipsy too from the
you're-
keg stand competition.
you're agreeing to be part of the party to deal with these miscreants?
Oh, not yet. Don't
Oh,
forget,
okay. Okay.
Vincent did 2 cake stands as well.
Ah,
Actually, he did a total of 4 cake stands.
yeah. I joined.
Shenanigans and
I joined you on the
tomfoolery.
last keg stand. Me, him, and her all fell on the same check.
So,
Can I tell that y'all are a bit sloshed?
Oh.
oh yeah.
Yeah. I've been pounding this wine since we sat at the table.
I kind of look to the guys who put y'all into this room, the paladin and the other one, and just kind of go, "Do y'all have any place for my friends to rest? before they
Rest?
end up
Are you
resting on
kidding me?
the floor?"
There's an entire gambling establishment downstairs. I'm not done with the night.
You guys do seem very drunk.
It's called relaxed. And it's a natural state to be in after a successful
I just kind of
mission.
nudge Cyradil and go, "Wonder how relaxed they're gonna be when the morning dawn approaches."
Ooh.
So
That is a problem for the morning.
So, after they both tell you guys about their 2 factions, they offer for you to join them and aid them, and but they also tell you that they are unable to give you
Excuse
any
me.
money at the moment for doing so, but they can offer you aid in other ways.
I went down this road specifically to stop the cult. Pay me when you can.
So, in this meeting, Froome and Erlenthar are offering the characters the chance to join their factions. At this early stage, there is no pay for members, and there are no ranks. What they can offer is help and support from other members and allies, who are spread from Nashkal and Candlekeep in the south to Neverwinter and Mirabar in the north. The horses that Erlenthar arranged for the characters are just one small example of the aid the Harpers and the Order of the Gauntlet can provide.
we will need to eat and drink and sleep. We can't always sleep out under the stars next to a rock. Kind of comfy. Good for the back.
Anthar says that
What?
he has already arranged for a room for the party. So y'all have a place to sleep tonight. And any food you need for the evening will be provided by the tavern. He will feed you for free today. And he will send you out with enough food and rations to make it through the trip.
Now you said there's factions, so their two factions are different.
They are. Did you not catch what I was reading earlier about the factions?
I bits and pieces. That
Alright.
was when the boy was still here.
I'll reread it to you then real quick.
Or you could give the condensed.
Not really.
Stealthy secret society type, or
No.
Vor just wants it condensed.
Anthar and Leosin, along with a handful of other concerned leaders and scholars along the Sword Coast, are in the early stages of organizing against the Cult of the Dragon. Erlenthar's organization is the Harpers. Characters might have heard of the Order, or older Harpers, but they're unlikely to know much about the secretive group beyond what is generally rumored. That the Harpers are dedicated to furthering equality and justice, and to keeping power out of the hands of those who don't deserve it. Erlenthar explains that the Harpers are loosely organized. Agents are allowed wide freedom of action. Anthar Froom represents the Order of the Gauntlet. His order shares many of the Harpers' principles, but the two organizations are very different. The Order of the Gauntlet emphasizes faith, vigilance, and constant struggle against threats of evil. Many of its members are clerics and paladins, but the Order welcomes any who share its ideals. Discipline is key, and the Order is distinctly more structured and hierarchical than the Harpers. The top concern of both groups is the Cult of the Dragon. In the past, the cult was more active to the east, and it was focused on creating Draco Liches. Its shift to the Sword Coast and new emphasis on living dragons and on Tiamat are cause for concern. The cult is on the move, and it's up to something big. The Order of the Gauntlet, the Harpers, and a third allied group known as the Emerald Enclave want to thwart the cult's plans.
We don't know anything about the Enclave yet.
Nope. That's why they're offering for you to join either the Order of the Gauntlet or the Harpers.
Can we pick one? Are you asking us to pick?
He's asking you if you will join them and aid them. Doesn't matter which one you join.
We can also choose neither. I don't believe they're required to join one or the other. It's just.
But would they still provide member support if we did not join one of their factions?
They tell you that if you don't join, before we go to that point, do you want to join or no?
I'm leaning more toward the gauntlets myself. But please, will you two be here in the morning when many of my friends here would have sobered up?
Yes.
I don't think you want them making this choice when their minds are a bit in a haze.
Fair. Then, I shall retire for the evening, Leosin says. And he points over at Frillum and Vincent and says, Vincent, you mind if I go ahead and take custody of this one here and take her to her place that we keep her as a cell?
Don't hurt yourself.
I'm starting to tear up about this also.
About the kobolds?
No, about her leaving us.
I must have missed some serious bonding.
Not really. I'm not sure.
You are free to escort.
I'm not sure where she got the connection from.
She is the one who has been kind to them for the whole trip. Like, actual acts of kindness and.
No. Sarah, were you getting teary-eyed over losing our cleric friend or your kobold friends?
Both.
I don't recall a bonding session with the cleric. She's a bleeding heart.
It was during the
That's fair.
6-day road trip.
I do.
She interacted with her, and that's how you know that if she goes back to the cult, she would most likely be killed. She shows no real loyalty to the cult, based on the interactions between Ciri and Frollo. That's where you learned all of that.
I feel like I'm losing a potential best friend. We could have been buddies. And now she's going away.
Frollo looks to you, Ciri, and says, "Don't worry. I should probably pay for the crimes that I have committed anyway. Life in a cell is better than dead."
But life in servitude is better penance. I look up to the other two. Can you make her cell in the room with Ciri, me, Vincent, Vor, and the rest of my friends? I assure you, if she slips out and does anything foolish, I'll cut her down myself. In a calm, cool manner, I look at her and go, I have no objection to that.
No. We're not going to put a prison cell in the inn.
I was referring to her being in the room with us, and we keep her under lock and key. But if you wish to put her in a cell, I understand that as well.
She must be tried for her crimes. Fair trial.
What Mikeal is saying at this point, I will look at him and say, I'm in agreement with my friend. You gave me till the morrow. I will turn her into you on the morrow.
You're going to stay up all night.
I have my teammates backing me. I'm sure we can take shifts. Now that I have his blessing as well. I don't think she's going to fight 6 of us. I truly don't. She has had ample times to do it by now.
I don't think she could take one of us. And again, if she acts a fool, I still don't trust her. So if she acts a fool, I'll cut her down.
The cats can cut down without being seen. If any happen, cats can catch.
So short answer
at
this point is no, I won't turn her over until the morning.
Well,
more so,
based on what you said first, Leosin would say that he is perfectly fine with you escorting her to the prison cell.
Right, but Mikeal changed my mind. So per our agreement and your word, I have her until the morning.
Anthar will step in at this point and say, it doesn't matter that Leosin gave you his word. She is a war criminal. She needs to be placed in a cell, despite her being willing to help and not, try and kill you in your travels here. That is a good thing, yes, but she needs to be put in a prison cell now.
I agree.
Can I just...
But hold on, I kind of pull him aside and go, tell me, how many operatives do you have? Outside of us.
Outside of you? Or are you talking about in the prison?
How many more people do you have willing to help you? Do you have a judge who was not one of the many villages nearby who has either witnessed the destruction or been amongst it? If not, then you'd find it hard-pressed to make any trial fair.
Well,
I was a guard. I know fairness.
I am the judge, Anthar says. So she will get a fair trial by a jury of her peers. I will guarantee that.
I can trust your heart in this. I can tell you're a good and noble man. Very well. I've never been one to disagree with a fair and noble trial. Just not those, what would I call them? Sham trials in Waterdeep? I've heard my teacher told me of such things. Show trials, mock trials. The verdicts rendered from the start. I just wanted to make sure that that wouldn't happen. But if you are to be the judge, then I accept this. So that I just look at the party and go, do y'all wish to retire for the evening? Maybe go get some more wine before bed? Vor. Candle away a bit more if you will. That's fine.
That being
I'll
said,
be in.
Go ahead.
I'll be in our chambers. I'll be in the chambers contemplating.
Okay.
Shadows thinks he shouldn't have more wine. He doesn't seem to be able to handle the wines he already has.
So that being said, Anthar will actually turn towards Vincent and say, now again, I am fine with you escorting her to her prison cell. But we will keep her under guard. She will be detained. She will receive a fair trial by the jury of her peers. And she will not be mistreated. Unlike how they treated Leosin when he was their prisoner.
Got a point.
Hold on. I'm gonna look over at Leosin and says, "Was you tortured by her hand?"
He says yes.
I look at her.
She's like, yeah, I can't deny it.
Okay, hold on. I'm typing, sorry.
No.
Is it or is it in this situation?
No.
Vor, did you get to see the message?
Vincent's and puppy love? Oh, that.
Yeah, that would be puppy love.
Oh, I love it.
I'm not sure my character would actually speak up. One, I haven't formed the same bond as you with her. Haven't talked to her much, apart from getting the spell from her. Two, I owed Vincent I owed Leosin a life debt, which is why I rescued him in the first place. And it's really fucked up that she actually was involved in the torturing process. I don't think my character would actually speak up in her defense. Not in this matter. It's not like she's being taken off to be executed immediately.
True.
Excuse me.
Okay, I guess my character would let him take her and escort her begrudgingly.
I wanted to ask her, you had a good reason, right? Like, someone threatened you if you didn't torture him, or?
I was under orders of the cult to acquire information.
Did you enjoy it?
Torturing someone is never really an enjoyable task. I'm more of a scholar than a torturer, but I obeyed orders.
So said every soldier after battle.
Yep. And the winning side determines who's right.
Yep.
I don't think the winning side matters too much if she admitted to torture.
So are you going to escort her to her prison cell, or anybody else have anything to say to her beforehand?
I'm just gonna put my hand on her shoulder and then walk out. Go sit at a table.
Okay.
May the goodly gods judge you. Fairly, at the very least. I head out to go contemplate in the room that they provided.
All right. So you go to the room. Siri, you went back to a table. I'm assuming you're going to have another drink and then probably head back to the room.
Yeah, unless someone else joins me, but I'd head up there eventually.
Okay. The rest of you?
Shadows will go sleep. He has no need for this drink that these fools keep taking too much of, and would also head up to his room.
Okay. I'm assuming Vor is going to place a few more bets on the drinking games that are going on before he retires for the evening.
Oh yeah, drink way too much, stay up way too late.
You place 3 more bets before the games end for the evening. How much do you bet on each one?
Seeing as how he was the only one betting 100, and the bets that came in after were between 10 and 20, so as not to scare away the peasant folk, I'd keep the bets between 5 and 10. If I drain everybody too quickly, they won't bet no more.
Okay. We'll say off of those bets, you win 2 and you end up walking away with another 50 gold.
As I retire for the night, I will. Y'all have been great. One more drink, all the way around. Y'all have a good night. And trottle up the stairs.
Okay. Shim, what are you doing?
I'm gonna be hanging out, up in the rafters. I do believe.
Watching the dwarf make a fool of himself.
Watching the shenaniganry. Yes. And yeah, once everyone else starts to retire, I'll also go find a place to grow a nice mossy bed and go to sleep.
Okay. Vincent? What are you doing? Are you escorting her to the...
He said he...
Okay, so you are escorting her and then going to retire to your room?
Did we get our individual rooms?
No, it's actually like 2 rooms that you have. You don't have individual rooms, but you get like 2 rooms to split the party amongst. So 3 in each. You have your own beds. Okay. So you're all retired for the evening. The next morning, you wake up, don your gear, and head back to the tavern. Leosin and Onthar's room. No. Just not a thing in this tavern. Sorry.
I don't want to know what the question was.
Bet I can guess.
I guess too. I just. You people.
Not in this tavern.
Not in this.
I'm not
tavern.
looking for a woman of the night, but my character would hit on and try to take a
God
comely
damn
lady
it.
to his bed.
I knew it.
Right. Not a thing in this tavern. None of them accept.
None of them. Okay, they're not interested. That's all I needed.
You'd roll a charisma check.
I have amazing charisma. He just likes to keep it out of the game, and that's why I was trying to whisper it instead of bring it up.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to play my character true to my character.
And I get
He
that.
would.
That's
He
why I
would try to
said
take a woman to bed.
it's not a thing in this tavern. There will be other taverns. You will have other opportunities. So you all wake up the next morning. You don your gear. You meet back up in the tavern. The squire brings you back into that private chamber off of the common room, where Leosin and Onthar are going over plans for a caravan. The squire will escort you into the room. Upon going into the room, you will find that Onthar has prepared a hearty breakfast for the party.
My thanks, and the thanks of my companions.
Thank you, I'm starving.
So, I'm going to say, because this is a meal that was specifically made for the party by the people in the tavern, it's going to have the same effects as a hero's feast for the party for the next day. So until you take your next long rest, you will have whatever benefits are provided from a hero's feast.
Well, that's nice.
It's like temporary hit points, right?
Mm-hmm. Pretty sure.
Give me 1 second. Cure of all disease and poison, immune to poison and frightened, makes wisdom saving throws with advantage, and hit point max increased by 2d10 and gain the same number of HP. So yeah.
So you'll take the first hour of the day to enjoy that breakfast that gives you that buff.
Okay.
Roll the 2d10 for everyone, or should we each roll it to see how much temp HP we get?
I mean, it's East that's giving it, so I'm assuming it's going to be a global roll.
That's what I figured, but I figured I'd ask.
I'll roll it. Nope. That is not correct.
I mean, that's the kind of roll we'd
2s10.
get.
Alright.
That's
So
rolling 2 as 10.
you get 8 bonus HP until your next long rest.
Take it. Not bad. Still
And then, of course,
useful.
everything else that's provided by it.
We get some nice little boost. I'm happy.
While at breakfast, they ask you again, so have you given any thought in your sober state of mind of joining either the Harpers or the Order of the Fist? Or Order of the Gauntlet?
So, first and foremost, let me ask, if we chose to maintain our independence, but we are working towards the same goal of dealing with these cultists and whatever they may be up to, what kind of support in the spirit of mutual goal would your organizations be willing to offer?
We will offer you what we can, which we won't be able to offer the aid of our allies, but we can offer what we, as our two factions, are capable of doing. We won't be able to guarantee the aid of the Emerald Enclave, however.
Are your organizations well dispersed amongst the Sword Coast?
Fairly.
So we would be able to find a outpost of your organization in major cities and informants in towns and such. We would have access to these networks if we joined your organization.
You would be able to find some of our agents in Baldur's Gate, Daggerford, and Waterdeep.
And is there an overriding purpose to your organization, or have you just been formed specifically to deal with the cultists' actions and their recent shenanigans?
Our organizations have been around for a very long time, but recently we have decided to work together to stop the cultist plans at any cost.
What is the price of admission? I'm not referring to any monetary value. What promises, assurances, oaths, or the like would we need to partake in, rituals, to be a part of either of these organizations?
None. You just have to agree to aid us in this endeavor.
What obligations would we incur by joining either of your organizations?
Obligations would be to help us remove the cult from the Sword Coast.
Strictly the cult? What comes next? Can we leave the organization at any time of our choosing?
You're free to leave the organization at any time of your choosing, yes. But after eradicating the cult, if you choose to stay a part of the organization, then your objective would be to help maintain and uphold order and justice throughout the Sword Coast in your travels.
For both high and low, you operate outside the law and the noble courts?
We operate outside the noble courts, but everything we do, we try and do lawfully. Hence why we are offering this woman that we now have in jail, Frillum, who tortured my friend here, and your friend as well, a fair trial by a jury of her peers.
Merciful, that.
Instead of outright beheading her in a public execution.
As would many kingdoms.
I cannot speak for everybody in my party, as they are their own individual peoples, but I am interested in aligning myself with the cause of the Harpers.
I shall follow the path of the gauntlets. At least up until a point where I feel like I cannot.
And the rest of you?
Harpers.
if Friend is joining Gauntlets, Shadows has no problem with joining Gauntlets as well. As long as Shadows can continue to do the stabbing occultists.
I don't see why we shouldn't. Seems as though as long as we're doing goodly things, they won't stop us.
There are many cultists to stab, Shadows, no worries there. And you will have many an opportunity to do so.
Hear that? Hear that? They're promising us a fun time.
So those of you who join the Harpers, you have a lot more freedoms. There's not so much rigidity, or the structure of this organization is not as rigid and essentially like holy as the Gauntlet. The Gauntlet is more of a organization that is very rigid in structure and very devoted to justice and lawfulness, while the Harpers sometimes will work a little bit outside of the law. They're not quite as lawful. They're still lawful, but they're not quite as lawful. Like, they will break the law if they have to achieve their goal. And as far as following the path of gold, the paladin looks to you, Vincent, and says, yeah, much like cleric. But
Please tell me you didn't say that close enough for me to hear.
and you're going to need to elaborate on that as well. Much like the cleric did, like there are a number of clerics you could be talking about.
So, in response to this, is going to be, bah, order. So boring.
I'm half tempted to change my mind and follow suit with Shim.
We just lost Vincent.
How'd we lose him?
He's still in the game, just not in the voice chat. I'm guessing.
He's typing.
Oh yeah. No, he's
gone from Roll20.
He's still there for me. Oh, now he's gone. Took it a minute.
But we'll see him there.
He's gone. He's gone.
He's still in Discord.
I said Roll20 froze.
Ah.
So Shim's whole thing is going to be, bah, order. So boring. Not really a joiner. Make it possible. I would work. Make it interesting, maybe.
You broke up really bad. So I only caught about half of what you said, Waffle. Yeah, I still can't hear you.
Testing.
Better.
Okay. So Shim's response to the offer to order, that's so boring. Shim's not really a joiner, but Shim will consider helping if you make it interesting, Shim.
Are you still talking, Waffle?
Nope, I'm done.
Sorry, you cut out at the end of that again.
Oh, okay.
We heard Shim would consider joining if you.
Made it interesting for Shim.
Is what he said. Made it interesting. I heard him.
Okay.
Good for you.
So there's going to be plenty of interesting opportunities for you. I can't say what, because I'm not able to see the future. I cannot predict the future. I have no idea what you're going to come across in your travels. But at the least I can say it's almost always interesting.
Yes, but that's things that Shim can go out and find on herself. By herself. What can you do for Shim that's interesting?
Shim.
What can you give me that's interesting?
Shim.
Give want answer. Give him answer.
Shim. Psst. Hey. Just join the ones that aren't as lawful, and then if you get bored, freaking quit. Apparently they're gonna have people nearby to let you do free stuff. Free stuff is nice.
Shim still want to know what they're going to give Shim.
Aid. When you need it most, we will aid you. And sometimes when you don't need it, we'll even offer you assistance in things that you didn't know you needed.
But Shim always knows what Shim needs.
Are you sure about that?
Yes. I mean, sometimes Shim doesn't know what Shim needs, but usually Shim finds what Shim needs relatively quickly. Very self-sufficient like that.
We can procure you aid that you can't procure on your own.
I don't know.
We'll think on it a bit further.
Come up with something better, and then we'll talk.
Think on it, and we'll get back to you. He turns back to Vincent and says, as far as the path of the gold, we're not able to pay you, but we have a lot of gold, armor, and stuff of the like.
Gold armor?
It's shiny.
Or was that gold, armor?
Shiny gold armor. Golden armor. It's not made of gold, but it's shiny like gold.
Who's talking, the pally or the monk?
The paladin. And what condition is that? I can agree to that. I can agree to that. I can understand. And you gave her your word, so I'll agree to that term. is acceptable. So long as you aid us in removing the cult before you decide to leave. We have no objections to you taking other jobs on top of this. But before you decide to leave the Order of the Gauntlet, of course, complete the job. Oh, so you want to join the Harpers? That is acceptable.
I thought it said help the cult. I was like, what?
What happened last night?
Oh, someone else noticed that. Don't call
And
myself
then Shadows just doesn't
bloodthirsty.
care about what they stand for regardless. He's joining one of the buddies and he's just happy to go beat shit up.
I joined because they have more structure. I'm used to it. I'm a guard. What I've grown up around.
If
I
you
never...
always follow, you will never lead.
Hmm. I don't believe they're leading me anyway. It sounded more like they were begging. I'm not saying this loud enough for them to hear either. It's just between me and Vor. And Shadows here. I wouldn't call myself bloodthirsty, by the way. A little much. I saw evil, and I meant to kill it.
I've seen you stare off into the distance before a killing gleam comes into your eye, friend. You have a thirst inside you.
I see it as vengeance, more righteous fury and nothing more.
Do not allow yourself to be changed entirely by whatever entity has formed its bond with you. The Warlock bond is not a slave's contract. You still have your own free will. Remember that.
Entity?
We discussed this when
Yes.
when I taught you about the warlocks and the histories and how they're formed.
I haven't really heard of one. I haven't really heard any word from it. From one. Doesn't really speak to me.
Dungeon Master, you said his vision or dream or whatever was of the Raven Queen?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cool. Well, just remember, you are your own person. You can make your own decisions and do not need to blindly follow or capitulate to the entity that holds the contract.
I remember your teachings. Though...
So, once all the conversation, everybody's agreed to join whatever faction or not join whatever. I'm going to read the next bit to you. Shim, you're the only one who didn't technically join a faction, and they had nothing that they could truly offer you that would persuade you, so I'm just going to say you don't join either faction.
This is correct.
They still are trying to enlist your aid in tracking the cult and stopping it. So they present to you a mission. After you're done eating breakfast, they go over the mission. Thanks to the characters, you guys, the Harpers now know that the cult is amassing treasure and shipping it north. Where exactly this treasure is going and what the cult's plans to do with it are the next 2 questions that need answering. Vroom and Erlenthar would like the characters to join a cult's caravan and accompany it on the journey.
We're pretending to be cultists.
Yes, they ask you to disguise yourself as cultists and join their caravan that is currently heading north with a bunch of treasure. You can get yourselves hired as guards. If not, by the cult's wagon masters, then by other merchants who are traveling in the same direction at the same time. Merchants from companies commonly join together to form larger trains for protection. Froome has contacts among the many merchants of the region and is certain he can arrange a job. So, is that something that the party is willing to do?
So the options are pretend to be cultists and join the cultist caravan, or join as guards for a caravan that will hopefully hook up with the cultist caravan?
Just as in, like, traveling merchants will group together as a larger, smaller caravans will group together as a larger caravan for safety.
We were able to acquire 5 scabbards that we believe will aid us should we decide to infiltrate the order. They may give us a better convincing position to lie from, manipulate their senses into believing we are part of them. But we don't have the weaponry to go into them. Would one of your friends be able to provide us with 5? What are they, short swords? Long swords?
One-handed swords.
Whatever. 5 one-handed swords to fill these scabbards and complete our disguise if we choose to infiltrate the caravan?
Most certainly we can provide you with swords to go in there. May we see the scabbards?
I'll need to retrieve them from the pack in my room.
I'm just gleefully smiling over at Shadows. Do you hear that?
If
They're
you
never
would-
gonna see it coming.
If you would make a stop by the smith on your way out of town, present the scabbards. Present the
Scabbards are a bit big for a backpack. I'd probably have left them in the wagon.
Present the scabbards to the smith. Hey, he got his camera working.
Vincent's up. Live.
But if you present the scabbards to the smith, he will fashion swords that look like they go with the scabbards for you by altering some of the products that he currently has in his shop. We will pay the fee for those to be made for you to better aid in that process of assimilating into the cult.
Did you interrogate the lady cleric last night, or were you going to do that today?
We were not having any intention of doing it tonight. Again, we intend to give her a fair trial by jury of her peers. And
would you allow most likely Vincent, as he seems to have the highest bond with her? Vincent, would you be willing to question, turning to Vincent, would you be willing to question her about any signs, passwords, phrases, or anything that would help us blend in more with the cult? I feel the bond that you have developed with her would lead her to be more truthful with you.
Your ability to trust is Yes, they were.
We did allow one berserker to escape.
Yes, we did.
And while when we left the village, he was taking on the security role with them. Loose lips destroy secrets.
Pretty sure you told that mercenary to go to the town of Greenest and protect it.
Yeah, he serves as green. He serves at the guard of Greenest. I don't know. Not really sure how much I can trust those who can be so easily bribed with gold.
What's going to happen if some middle leadership or upper leadership of the cultists want her to come perform another torture session or extract secrets or lead a raid? What are we going to do with her then? We've just delivered her back into the environment. Well, she'll have no choice but to perform the acts that have become expected of a member of her level.
Is it not informed upon us that if she was ever seen by that cult again, they'd probably just kill her outright anyway?
That's
I don't
what
think
she
they would.
told us, but I don't think she understood that nobody saw us capture her.
So what you're saying is we use the prisoner to assume the role of initiates. My thing is, if the cult that we're already aware, thanks to the Berserker, the cult is hiring mercenaries. I look to our quite formidable group. Might it be that we're just mercenaries for hire? And do tell me, Vor, I don't believe they paid us yet.
These, the fine organizations we have just joined, or the cultists?
The cultists? Why, we're mercenaries for hire, are we not? Just like that Berserker. But unfortunately, they haven't paid us yet. And we're starting to wonder, do you really even need us? You're hiring mercenaries left and right for your cult. Where's our money?
Where have we been up till now? Do we know where other cultist activity has been that we would have been recruited from? Where, why weren't we at the camp or from the camp assigned escort duty to the caravans that left north and west?
Quite simple. We were stopped. And we had to deal with a bit of problems. With a group of people called the Harpels, and the Gauntlets. Harpers and the Gauntlets. They are such a meddlesome bunch, don't you think?
Okay, so you have no idea if anybody in the cult went west. You just know that there are tracks that led west out of the camp. The majority of the tracks went north.
The notes that came with the map said that they sent. I could have sworn it said they sent people west and then north.
They did. The ones to the west are smaller in number. I'm pretty sure I clarified that.
Okay.
Which one are we trying to infiltrate again? The west or the north?
The north.
Mercenaries that got split up when the main caravan split between the west and the north.
And if they decide they don't want us, or mercenaries are restricted access to the camp, much like the kobolds, as opposed to initiates?
Do we look like weak kobolds?
If we were posing as mercenaries, we would need to abide by whatever laws and contracts they establish for mercenaries. While she does give us the best and easiest way in, she also presents problems. If she truly desires to show her change of colors, yet they ask her to perform acts that go against what she is trying to do with her new goal, how is that going to affect her? How is that going to affect us? Will we be able to stand by and watch her torture more people? Or lead a raid on a small village?
It's very likely she could be forced back into doing something like that. She seems to show remorse for her deeds, so that's why we are willing to give her that fair trial by her peers.
If we're put in a position where we have to break cover to rescue innocents or some such, then that's what we'll have to do. But by bringing her along, we increase the chances of something like that happening, depending on her previous reputation with the guild, with the cult. They're also going to want to question her as to what happened to the half-dragon and what happened to the dragon eggs.
Very fucking dead. You know,
I feel it will be less risk intensive if we infiltrate as either initiates or mercenaries.
Are we not considering being guards for the merchants, or is that part of this?
My only concern with that is the cultist merchant caravan may decide they don't want company, or the merchant caravan we join may never hook up with them at all.
what if we have friends now who said that they are willing to aid us? Can they aid us with a wagon?
You already have a wagon.
That we have a
Perfect.
wagon and horses, but they're already aiding us by hooking us up with a caravan, hoping that this caravan will attach itself to the cultist caravan.
Correct.
You have a wagon and 2 horses, Vincent.
If we take the wagon, fill it up with some weapons,
No.
cheap weapons, good weapons, whatever have you, then we gather up some foodstuffs, supplies, rations and such, water, and then some barrels of salt to preserve meats for any hunting that the caravan does along their way. Could we not try to engage them as saying that we were simple merchants following their caravan? Instead of requiring a merchant, we become them. Cyradil can be the merchant.
Froome,
Not we need to have merchandise for that though?
That's why I said fill the wagon with foodstuffs and weaponry.
Vor made a
Arrows.
lot of money last night, I hear.
What
Froome,
if they try
would
to
that
rob
be-
us?
would
We
that
can't
be
join
some-
them then.
Would that be something your friends would be able to concoct?
Yes.
The cover of us being actual merchants instead of merchant caravan guards? I feel like that'd be more complicated though.
Yes, we could disguise you as merchants. Although, judging from the way that you all seem to be, I think that the rest of you should be guards, and that you, Vor, should be the merchant while everyone else is the bodyguards that you have hired. We can arrange for that to be set up quite easily for you, in hopes that you can connect with the caravan of cultists.
Vincent, if anyone ever looks at you as a merchant, you have my permission to hit them. Hard. Clearly their eyes don't work. Well, I could certainly pass off as a guard. But now, what would be our merchandise? We have a moving caravan. I would say salt, arrows, small things that a typical march would need, but not
Shadow
something
ha-
that you could often think of.
Shadow has wares if you have coin.
Could we stock up on things that cultists might be interested in? Weapons. Did you say weapons?
I mainly said arrows, bows, the likes
So
of those.
far, the cultist has been interested primarily in gaining tribute for their dragon queen. Is that not the intelligence we received?
Yes.
Do you
that
want
is
to just
what we
throw
have gathered
money
so
in the
far.
back of it?
Instead of money, what we'll do is we will equip you with a variety of wares that are made out of precious metals and gems.
Shim does like big shinies and
So,
small shinies.
what we'll do is we'll gather some goblets made of gold, some silverware, food, salt, a few weapons here and there that you could have for sale, and a few spell scrolls.
Hey, Vor. While we're being guards, mercenary bands that are meant to keep you occupied. So that'll get us in, but what are we getting in to find? What's our objective once we're in?
Froom, could you clarify that one more time, please?
Get to the heart of the group, murder their leader. I like this plan.
No.
Dang it.
The primary purpose of the goal of the mission that is being presented to us is to intelligence gathering.
So, if we do that, then the only issue with the merchant van is how do we get it to someone who's important enough to have information? I mean, we could go straight to their commanding officer and tell them, I wish to tell your commanding officer of our wares and our offerings. Do things that way.
Why don't we scout once we're there and kind of see what our opportunities are? Because we don't really know.
I like almost completely forget, and I look at you and go, oh, wait, yeah, we could also just, use her once we're there.
I'm hoping that my guys as a merchant will at least buy me a night at their fire so I can discuss wares and travel and such with them. At which
Discuss
point
wares and travel, or discuss
could-
gambling and money?
Wait, Shim confused. You want to negotiate with the murdering raiding band of cultists?
That is what merchants do, and if we assume the guise of merchants,
But
we
you
are
want
pretending.
to
We are pretending.
with the murdering raiding band of cultists.
Jim?
We are pretending to be merchants.
But you want to negotiate with, even under the guise of a merchant, with the raiding, murdering band of cultists.
We negotiate so we can do the raiding murdering of the band of cultists, duh.
Are you afraid that they're going to try to rob and murder and pillage us?
That is a concern that Shim has, yes.
Good, then shadows can stab them.
In that case, you make them glow, he hits them hard, I blast them 10 feet that way, and the druid takes a bite out of the ass.
Not the ass, that tastes nasty. Go for the throat.
Also, Shim,
but if I can get them talking around a fire, I may be able to get information out of them. If we can ingratiate ourselves with them by giving them a good deal on our goods and wares, we may be invited deeper into their inner circle without necessarily having to pretend to be cultists.
Why do I feel like you're going to ask for
point.
a fine bottle of wine to help you in this endeavor, Vor?
Should not have wine, he will spill beans. Why does spilling beans? What do bean spilling mean?
So, wares that, if you disguise yourself as a merchant real quick, are going to be... Hold on.
Shim thinks we'll find better success as the hired muscle instead of a juicy piece of meat for them. After all, you don't simply put your hand in the mouth of a hungry owlbear.
I would not be opposed to the merchant guard position, except we can't guarantee that the merchant we attach ourselves to as guards will be picked up by the caravan. That said, we can't guarantee that we'll be picked up by the cultist caravan if we pose as merchants. The only surefire way to hook up with this caravan is going to be to either get hired on as guards for them or infiltrate as initiates.
Shim would rather not infiltrate as initiate.
Nor do I think this merry band of misfits could pass for such.
We get the cleric to take us in as already being initiates.
I mean, Shim might pass for initiate, but definitely not you.
I do not want to expose her to the opportunity where she would be forced into situations that will cause herself or us to break cover unnecessarily soon before we've gathered information.
You also want to bring the prisoner, the
Lord, no! She's kind, but I wouldn't trust her as far as I could throw her. And I'm not Vincent, so I couldn't throw her very far.
I'm not overly concerned with her betraying us. I'm overly concerned with us needing to break cover to prevent something from happening.
Us or to her. You make a good point. Let's go with the merchant idea then. It seems we're all in one accord.
There's
Shadow has ways if you have coin.
There's no
Shadow
guarantee. There's no guarantee I'll be picked up as a merchant.
If we have wares and jewels that they're going to want to use as tribute, then they won't refute you, Vor. And even if they take the wares of the cart as their own, they could say we could still use the muscle.
or they just kill them all and be done with it.
If anything, we wait until they're asleep and have Cyradil light a few fires. I mean, that would be fun.
I have laid out the pros and cons. We have laid out the pros and cons of each course of action. I feel the best we could.
Shadows thinks being merchant best idea, but Shadows is good with either. Long as get the stab cultist in long run, Shadows is happy.
Is it safe to say that the group as at large has determined to either be cultist caravan merchants or pose as merchants? Are these the two most popular opinions on the table?
Yep. Sounds like it.
Vincent? Siri?
Yes.
Shadows is good with either one. Okay.
Shadows has no problems as long as Shadows gets the
a,
stabs.
we have a vote for initiate with the cleric. Party vote.
You're overruled. You're not seeing your girlfriend today.
Alright then.
You'll see her later.
Maybe.
So, beginning with Siri, what is your favored course of action? Merchant? Or cultist caravan guard?
Merchant.
One for merchant. Mikeal?
Merchant.
2 for merchant. Shadows?
Shadows is not picky, though might feel a little wrong to protect the ones that need stabsing. So probably merchant, but is okay with doing guard too.
Shim?
Guard.
1 for guard. Vincent? You're going to be outvoted on the cleric's proposition, so we're down to these two options. If you would like to negotiate release of the cleric to your custody and attempt to infiltrate on your own, nobody is going to stop you.
Shim's gonna stop you.
So be it. 1 vote for the cleric. My vote either way is not going to change the total tally. The group at large has roughly decided on merchant.
Okay.
Which of us be the main merchant? Who is head merchant?
All of you except for Vor are going to be bodyguards for the merchant. And of course, Shim will not be a bodyguard either. Vor will be the merchant you are protecting, and Shim, you will play the role of the merchant's employee.
I was about to say, are you gonna like stuff me in a cage and I'm some
Exotic wares?
You are the merchant's assistant. And yes, your objective is protect Vor.
No. I can see the sarcasm in that text.
So can I.
It's okay, Vor. Shadows will assist you if need be. No worries.
Thank you, Shadows.
So, timing is an issue. So, to speed up the process and help you catch up to them better, I have arranged for you to acquire a wagon full of wares and everything you need in Baldur's Gate to complete this mission. But Baldur's Gate is a good 10 days ride from here. So, in order to make things a little faster, we have arranged a boat to take you to Baldur's Gate from here.
Will we be meeting up with the caravan before they hit Baldur's Gate, or are we hoping to catch them coming out of Baldur's Gate on their way to Waterdeep?
You're hoping to catch them on your way to Waterdeep from Baldur's Gate.
Okay. So the ruse doesn't truly begin until we get to Baldur's Gate, where we will try to hook up with the caravan.
Correct.
Okay. How much of these... To maintain our cover, we're going to need to do some trading in Baldur's Gate. How much of these wares are your organization hoping to get back? Obviously, I will do my best to ensure that your contributions to this ruse are not squandered, and as much as possible returns to your organization. But how much would I be authorized to use for negotiations, trade agreements, and such?
We'll say half. We would prefer to get the gold and silver back, because we will probably need it to help fund the war effort should things get to a point that we cannot keep them in check ourselves.
Shadows, that'll be your job.
Shadows do job. Just tell Shadows when do job.
The weapons, the spell scrolls, the bits and baubles that you will have that we give you for trading your wares will, if you have to trade them to make a ruse more liable, then do so.
What would you say the overall value of the wares that I'll be starting this venture with?
Overall value of the wares you'll be starting this adventure with come to about 1,000 gold. The wares that you have access to being able to trade in order to cover the ruse will be the cheaper end of the products that you carry, as they will not be made of precious metals or have rubies in them or anything like that. You have about $400 or 400 gold worth of those wares to be able to play with and barter your way into the caravan.
Alright, so we have 1k total wares. Then available 400 gold value of which is available for negotiations.
Mm-hmm.
And trade. How much coin capital do we have on this venture?
How much gold do you have?
Fair enough. All right. How many horses and one wagon, or will the wagon that we have already acquired be sufficient? With Vincent, apparently, since it's his wagon, are you smashing? You're okay. I was like, did he just break the table? Like, fuck this, I'm out. Okay.
It was legit.
How many horses?
You'll have a 4-horse wagon that we will provide once you get there. Vincent, since you are going to be unable to take your wagon and your horses that you currently have with you, we will keep them here. They will be safe. When you return, you can pick them up. We will keep your wagon with the in the order behind the walls of the Order's enclave. We will keep your horses tended to in our own private stables.
2 horses in the wagon. I'm sure we could use our party horses that have already been provided. However, it would be beneficial for you all to have your own horse still. I will not be using mine. Vincent has an extra if he's willing. Shim does not need a horse, nor did Shim get one.
I didn't need my own horse specifically because I can just ride on another horse's head.
So
we should have 2 party horses that are not going to be ridden. So we'll only need two horses from the organization. If Vincent's willing to allow one of his horses to be used for cart pulling.
So he tells you that again, he will hold on to Vincent's horses and wagon for him because they're not going to fit on the boat. That's why you were picking up everything you need to complete this mission in Baldur's Gate. As far as transportation, the wares, they're all going to be acquired in Baldur's Gate. You can't fit that wagon and 8 horses and the entire party and all those wares, along with a ship crew, on the boat.
What I was trying
So
to
the party's not getting to take their horses either.
No.
Correct. What I was trying to get to was they're keeping my 2 in the wagon. Does the party want to sell their 6 horses, or do they want them to be kept for a later date in these stables?
Kept for a later time.
That's all I was getting at.
They will
Would be
stable.
good. Shadows would like horseback later.
They will stable and tend to and make sure that your horses and your wagon stay healthy and undamaged.
I am not a selfish individual. Should anyone in the order have a need for my horse, you may loan it to them for their use, and I will not be wroth with the organization should harm come to it in such a manner.
I appreciate that gesture, but just to be safe for the well-being of your steed, we probably won't.
It is merely an offer I have made.
I appreciate the offer.
Okay. 4 horses, 1 wagon, 1K worth of wares, 400 gold pieces, a $400 value for negotiations. Okay. All right. Passage on the boat up river to Baldur's Gate has been taken care of?
Mm-hmm.
We just need to get there?
Yes.
Okay. I would request that it's still morning, right? Or have we been going long enough to be noon?
It's probably about 10 a.m. at this point. You've been going for about 3 hours. You woke up at 7, you had that meal, you got the buff, you've been negotiating for about 2 hours.
This city of El Terrell, does it have a higher quality and variety of wares than Grenest did? Or should we wait to Baldur's Gate before we begin inquiring for useful items and upgrades and such?
El Terrell, about 8 years ago, had been drawn into the depths of Avernus itself. And we have only recently recovered enough to be able to somewhat enjoy the comforts and luxuries of a normal life. So I would recommend that you wait until you get to Baldur's Gate to find better wares.
I appreciate your candid advice.
That must have been a very interesting trip. How did it go? What was it like?
I wasn't here during that time. All I know is that a small group of adventurers, much like yourselves, managed to save El Terrell and redeem the Archangel Zariel. And all I've gathered since then is that there's a dragon in service to Tiamat that has decided to govern all of Avernus.
That could be bad.
Now, this city did know that when people say go to hell, they did not mean literally, yes?
The city was taken. It didn't go there. It was taken.
See, this is why you murder cultists.
Rumor has it the city lord made a contract with the Lord of Avernus?
Yeah, that guy's
See, this
dead.
is why you kill cultists.
That guy's dead.
Cultists must die. Cause
all right,
Shadows is in agreement there.
Well, if my party here has no further desires in town, I propose we pack up, gear up, and head for the boat, the ferry, whatever we're
Vincent,
riding.
Cyradil, if you
Jim
wish to say goodbye to your new friend, I do it now.
Jim wants to hear more about the trip to the first layer of...
I'm sure the sailors we are going to go on the boat with will know more, Shim. Sailors love good stories.
Shim not like boats.
You could always fly over the boat and provide watch. Look out.
Why should not like boat? Boat good fun. Lots of rocking.
That's part of it.
Just don't go in water. Water no good. Bad for fur.
Yes, the water specifically. Shim almost got swallowed by a giant fish once.
But one take boat to avoid the water.
About that time, a barmaid pops her head into the room. She is an elf, or half-elf in origin. She just looks at Froome and says, "That's enough talk about that. Don't think Sharul would enjoy you telling that story."
Hey! Oh, but now Shadows must know. Shadows likes forbidden stories. Forbidden stories are best stories.
Well, if you're lucky, when you arrive in Waterdeep, because I overheard this entire conversation, you may have the pleasure of meeting him.
Meeting who? Shadows not know who is being talked about.
Sharul.
Oh, Shimmer has so many questions. Shimmer has so many questions.
Shadow assumes Sims is important, but not heard of before.
I
Okay.
hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you all.
You love us, don't lie.
Shim, you son of a bitch.
He is currently away on business, trying to prevent this cult from getting out of hand. So, if you make it to Waterdeep safely, you may have the privilege of having a conversation with him. and finding
Will hymns
out.
help us with stabbings?
Probably not, but he does know some people who may. And depending on how respectful you are during that encounter with him, because keep in mind he is now royalty.
Wait. Oh, that's right. She was.
Yeah.
Will's own player doesn't even remember. How sad.
So, depending on how respectful you are during that encounter, he may call upon some of his old friends to help you.
Oh no.
Oh God.
Oh no.
I thought we were trying to stop the cultists, not destroy the whole place ourselves.
I can see it now. Don't worry, I have an idea. What's that? We're gonna fight dragons with dragons.
I'm pretty sure he means the Horn of Bondrewd, actually, but
Oh no.
Scratch
that
would
laugh
never
is
turn against
all
you,
I
but-
need to know that I'm fucking correct.
Yeah, no, if
Okay?
if Scratch shows up at all, y'all are screwed.
Yeah, Scratch would not be helping us, my dude.
No,
This
you
is
would
Tiamat we're talking about.
Correction.
Well, may I get to answer the question?
Big
Who would
High
win,
Dragoness?
Bondrewd or Scratch?
It is Big High Dragoness, not Tiamat. Pardon your comment.
I did say that
Tangents.
he did say that there is a dragon that he has heard rumor of ruling over Avernus on behalf of Tiamat.
Yep.
Wait, Shem, you said that a fish tried to snap at you?
Yes,
So
a big
while
fish almost ate and swallowed Shim.
So, good news, guys. If we run out of rations while on the boat, we now have a very ample fish bait.
What? No!
I jest, kind Shim. I jest.
Khajiit like fish. Khajiit can catch many fish. Give good fish bait to Khajiit and he can do.
If you fell in, I would wild shape and save you.
Falling in is not what Shim is afraid of. It's being swallowed.
I would
It's
still.
Shim
Wow,
likes
okay.
that. Shim likes the water, just not deep water.
But Shim, deep water is best water.
No,
If
deep
you want
water
to
has
be in
big
water,
fish.
good to dive.
Deep water has big fish that eat Shim.
So
Okay.
eat fish first.
Shim is not. Shim is vegetarian. Shim doesn't eat meat.
Shim, but
Shim,
fish not meat. Fish is fish.
Fish is meat.
Shim's silly, but to each own. More fish for Shadows. Shadows is okay with this.
You could always stay inside the cabin or hide amongst the cargo as you did on our land trip.
But that's so boring.
Is being eaten by fish more entertaining? We can do that.
No, that.
If you're concerned about your wings getting tired, I have seen children in the foothills of my kingdom tie strings to paper and wooden constructions and let the wind flap them. Perhaps we could do something similar with you and just tie you to the boat. You would be able to fly along without using up your own wing strength.
I don't think Shim likes this idea.
We need
Shim
a
doesn't
camera for
want to go on the
Waffle.
boat now. Shim feels like she's in mortal danger.
Shim, I am very sorry that I even made the jest.
I can't recall the name of those things. It was like sky something. I don't remember. Anyways, the boat is our fastest option.
Let us be on with it then.
Okay.
Shadow's claws is growing very dull. He needs to kill some cultists.
So you make your way to the boat, and you're about to say something.
Vegetarians eat fish?
You're thinking of pescatarians.
Yeah, I was typing.
Okay. DM, lead on.
Okay. So you make your way to the boat. When you get to the boat, you will find there is some disguise kits to help you alter your appearance slightly, so as to help prevent you from being noticed from any cultists who may have spotted you in the camp.
On our way out of town, I would like to stop by the blacksmith and acquire those 5 swords in case we need to change up our stories. We can stash them.
That's fine.
Stash them in the goods.
That is quite all right.
Shadows not need to have mask to hide. No cultist sees Shem or sees Shadow. Well, not if still alive. Shadows kill all cultists that see shadows.
So your 7.5 foot tall Goliath finds a fake mustache and applies it to his face.
Oh my god.
I'm assuming there's also a monocle that goes with it.
I love it. I hate it and I love it at the same time.
And a top hat.
Always the top hat.
And a bow tie, I think. Just the bow tie, though.
And you know what? If we're doing that, you may as well go all the way. Cuffs, but no sleeves.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Just dress Shim up as a bird and he can sit on his shoulder and be not very noticeable either.
But you get yourselves disguised, alter your appearance slightly so that you're not so easily recognizable. This trip takes 2 days by boat. As the boat does not anchor overnight, it just continues to go downriver. You arrive 2 days later at Baldur's Gate.
Pretty much the entire time, Shim is just like laid over the gunnel, just seasick.
Okay, so I'm going to read this to you.
Let's see. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours. Okay.
Baldur's Gate is a bustling center of trade, with goods coming from north and south by wagon along the tradeway, and by ship on the Sea of Swords, and from the east along the river Keonthar, and from Cormyr and Sembia. Baldur's Gate is situated on a prominent bluff next to the river, overlooking an excellent natural harbor. It is divided into 3 distinct segments: the upper city, where the richest and most influential citizens live and where the city's marketplace, the Wide, is located; the lower city, which surrounds the harbor and where most of the city's merchants live and conduct their business; and the outer city, which lies outside the walls and where most of the city's laborers reside in conditions that vary from crowded but clean and to squalid, depending on timing, blah blah blah. So Froome mentioned to you before you left Baldur's Gate, or before you left Elturel towards Baldur's Gate as well, about making contact with another trader named Akin Celeban. He operates an equipage business in the outer city, north of the city wall, in a district called Blackgate. There he sells all the material needed for long-distance freight hauling: wagons, rope, netting, grease, chains, wheels, and so on. His shop also repairs wagons. He is not directly involved in the hiring of guards for caravans, but he knows people who are. With him to vouch for the characters, they should have no trouble getting hired on as guards for a northbound caravan, but he can't give them work with a specific merchant. As you are essentially disguising yourself as the merchant and your own guards, You don't need any of that. But he does equip you with the wagon, the horse, and the wares that you need to complete this mission. And we'll say it'll take you about 2 days once you arrive in Baldur's Gate to hook up with him and acquire everything you need for the trip, and then you can leave. You also can take some time during those 2 days to hit up any shops that you may wish to pursue.
Do you have a link like you provided before with what would be available in this city? Or do we just cherry pick and you answer yes or no?
Give me a moment and I'll make a list for you.
This would be a good time to take 5. I know a couple of people have gone to get food already, but if anyone needs a bathroom, this might be a good stopping point to take care of that.
Yeah, because this will take me just a moment.
So, did everybody catch my meme?
The Waterworld one or the Sharkbait one? I don't pay attention to who posted them.
Waterworld.
Yes, I took a look at that. And someone in my chat says Shim equals Bubba. If anyone understands that, because I don't, but
I do not.
maybe they will build up on that. But apparently Shim is now Bubba.
Don't get it.
I don't get it.
I don't get it. Need it explained to me.
Apparently they meant your Bubba like Bubba Gump fishing. God damn it. So does that make Vor Forest now? That face.
I don't know. I'm short, so maybe Lieutenant Dan?
We'd have to take off your legs, but I guess that would work.
Would we have disguise kits?
He is angry enough to be Lieutenant Dan.
I'm short enough. I could look like somebody walking around on their knees.
Well,
He's angry enough too.
I have just posted a shop in D&D chat. This is everything that you can find in Baldur's Gate. And its price. And no, you don't get a discount.
What I've got pulled up when I clicked on it, it says generate, not the inventory.
Number of mundane items, none. Number of common items, none.
Really?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Did you click the generator or the top link?
I clicked the top link and it pulls up the generator instead.
Oh, god damn it.
It starts to pull up inventory and there goes the generator.
Village, small town. This would be a large city, right? Oh, make sure you click add potions of healing to results.
I did.
Did
And,
you just
you're
copy
not
the link or
using
did
that
you go down to
generator.
where it says to share it? Whoa, what the fuck?
I just copied the link. I did not go down to where it says to share it.
Yeah, I think you have to go to the share spot.
I don't see share.
In the inventory at the very bottom, there's one that says like save/share/ something else for it.
I see save, I don't see share.
Save/add/share is what mine says for it. I clicked that and it gave me, it asks you for a name and then we'll give you a link, it says.
There. That is what is available in this city.
Well, that works, I guess. Oh darn. Short sword of lifesteal, not a rapier. Makes shadows sad.
You can always negotiate with the DM. Oh. I sat too long. I has body pains. I is old.
You have or you are body pains?
At this point, the distinction is mute.
Fair.
Moot.
Let's look up what a few of these that I don't know are.
So let me know when you are done perusing the wares, and we will progress.
That's a cool quiver. Huh.
Of course, anybody who needs to use the restroom, use the restroom at this point as well.
Oh god. Oh, that's the worst idea ever. But it would be funny. Vincent with fireballs. I don't know how I feel about that.
It's only 2 uses.
Yeah, but think
I'm
about
sure
it.
he'll use them at the best, and I mean worst times possible.
With his damage reductions, he could literally grapple somebody and then be like, "Here, eat this."
Well, here's the other thing about it. It's 2 beads. Picking up on what I'm saying?
So he's got 2 fireballs.
Mm-hmm. In the form of 2 beads.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. If you recall, Bondrewd had that item, but it had 4 beads on it. 4 or 5.
Did Bondrewd ever actually use the beads of fireball, though?
Yes. All at the same time.
Yeah, because you can throw the entire necklace,
Yeah.
and the necklace just explodes.
When did he do this?
Towards the end of the campaign.
I really didn't want to be the face of this fucking campaign, damn it.
You're only being the face tonight.
You're only the face because your character has the personality for it.
Shadows was willing to be merchant. Shadows was turned down, but Shadows was willing.
We need you to continue to be, and I mean this with the greatest respect, we need you to continue to be unrememberable, unremarkable.
Shadows has fur. You all don't have fur. Everyone remembers fur. Fur is best. Since I am stepped away doing a couple of things, let me know if everyone else gets back, and I'll just walk back. But while we're waiting on people, I'm doing a few things.
Holy
you pick
shit,
your items?
There's not only thing that Shadows might want is the quiver. Otherwise, none of that's really helpful to him, and he's not concerned with most of it. I don't know if we got more money on the days I wasn't here, and if Shadows got any of it. Otherwise, he only has 700 gold.
I think the only stuff that you got outside of what you got from completing the initial quest for Greenest was one through gambling by Vteepes.
Yeah, so Shadows can't afford most of it anyway, but most of it does not interest him too much. And I think the life-stealing sword was more than 700 anyway, so he even gambling that into trying to get it as a rapier wouldn't help him much because it's still too expensive.
And I would probably not allow you to take that as a rapier. It says the
Sad face.
shop generates it.
No, that's fair. That's totally fair. But when I made a comment, someone said to haggle with you over it, which I didn't think it would work, but...
Yes. Vteepes.
Okay.
Yes.
I didn't ask anything.
Vincent. Yes. Sorry, I saw
Oh
the beat.
no. I'm scared. What shenanigans and tomfoolery are we getting set up for now?
I'm sure it'll be fun.
You don't even want to know.
I'm sure I don't. Doesn't make me not curious, but I'm sure I don't want to know.
I thought it was a well thought out plan.
Was it very thought out, or was it well thought out? They're not necessarily the same thing.
+2 pike for 4,000 gold. That'd be great for Codec, but damn. I don't think with our money combined could we afford that.
Which one?
My halberd actually does more.
Take away your hexblade bonuses from it, and does it still do more than a +2 pike? Because you can transfer your hexblade bonuses to any weapon you spend an hour attuning.
Well, the problem is that the weapon that he gets is his packed weapon. That's his patron.
Okay, never mind. I thought I understood it different. Who the hell is going to pay 500 gold pieces for non-magical gemstones?
Someone that needs specific gemstones for a spell.
Yep.
Well, maybe it's like 500 for the lot, not 500 each. That, or they're just very high quality or exceptionally large gemstones.
Or the merchant's trying to rip us the fuck off. You know, that happens too. Merchants are shady sometimes. Shadows should know. Merchants very shady. Merchants not like Shadows. Them's jealous of Shadow's luscious fur. They wish they had such good fur.
Did anyone pick up the necklace of fireballs?
Shadows not touch that. That's dangerous. Shadows not needed too loud.
What is a vicious spear?
It's a magic weapon for damage.
That price is firm.
When you roll a 20 on your attack roll, with magic weapon, the target takes an extra 7 damage of the weapon's type.
Oh. nasty business.
By the way, in case any of y'all decide United the Shadows to get him a weapon in the future, he needs piercing damage. He has a feat to do more damage with piercing. Just in case someone decides to be nice to him.
Okay.
Oh great, my microwave broke. That's a great thing. Doesn't everybody love that?
Feather token.
It's a item.
It's a what?
It's a one-use item.
Oh.
That one specifically because I looked it up. The bird token lets you send, basically it lets you send a message to someone.
No, the bird token summons a large multicolored bird that has the statistics of a rock.
That's not what I found, but okay, it might be that they have multiple versions, something. What I found said the bird token was sending a message.
So that when you consider that you're a non-spellcaster, and if anybody who didn't have access to it wanted to cast a scroll of Fireball, the scrolls of Fireball come in at like 500 plus gold pieces because it's based on spell level, and those are level 3 spells. So it's actually quite the deal to pick up 2 Fireballs for under 500. So it's actually quite a deal.
Mm-hmm. And they are at base level.
So they'd be level 3 Fireballs.
I did. Right. Yeah.
If I was more damage inclined, I would definitely take the necklace because you can do some serious bullshittery with Mage Hand and a necklace of fireballs. But alas.
We don't have any archers, do we?
The Shadows has bow. Shadow can use bow. Shadow's bow is nice.
Yeah, Shadow can, but like
If you're talking,
Quiver do.
the quiver basically acts like a mini bag of holding for specific things. You can fit, I think it said up to 80 arrows in the first slot, javelins and such in the second, and I think up to 8 like staffs and spears and other
Yeah.
weapons in the third.
I've read
Not-
about that.
Not
it's-
useful enough to him for
It's like
his
this-
him
it's
to
like the
beg you guys for money.
Scabbard of holding, or the wand pouch.
And he doesn't have enough for it, and is not going to beg you guys for money for that because it's not worth it to him.
it's pretty much a ranger's wet dream of a magical item. You mean I can have all this shit and more? Say less.
Let's see. Smoke. I'm going to. How many potions are there? Just one of each?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Alright, I'll pick up a super and a standard potion of healing
Okay.
for 500.
So superior or supreme?
The superior, the 450.
Okay.
Make hex scrolls. We would need the spell components ground up into ink. I think we can make. Do you need skills to make scrolls?
You need the spell.
So
You need the spell. It takes X amount of long rest based on spell level to create a scroll, and you need the parchment and the ink and quill.
basically, you need a ritual kit and the ability to cast the spell in the first place.
Mm-hmm. And while my players are going over their items and stuff, I am going to take a quick restroom break myself. I shall return.
So I was considering getting the vicious spear.
Wanting to increase your damage over your staff, the wacky whack?
Just to have the option.
Yeah, keep in mind that does only activate on a critical hit. So it's not just a consistent damage bonus overall.
If it wasn't so stupidly expensive, I would be tempted to get the goggles at night, because it gives you an extra 60 feet of dark vision if you already have dark vision.
Maybe it's not
More
worth it.
dark vision for the rogue.
See, I was considering getting that as well because I don't already have dark vision, but
That's another good reason.
I do have dancing lights. So it's like, do I really care? No.
A first level spell has a common rarity on page 128 of the Dungeon Master's Guide.
And I return.
You would need 100 gold pieces, minimum PC level of level 3. Items will be created at 25 gold pieces for every hour a day. So a first level scroll will take 4 sets of 8-hour days and cost 100 gold pieces in material. A second or third level spell is 500 gold pieces and would thus take 20 days. Damn, scribing scrolls is a bitch.
Yep.
I mean, if it wasn't, everyone would do it and they'd be worth almost nothing.
I wouldn't mind that. Flood the market with cheap-ass spells. Of course, that means the enemies would have them too, but...
With a 50% chance of backfiring when you cast them, if they're made cheap.
So, Vincent, if we hex users were going to make a scroll of hex, it would take us 4 8-hour days and cost 100 gold pieces in material.
I mean, how long is this boat ride?
This boat ride to Baldur's Gate was
Where we would have been able to receive where we would be able to pick up a ritual kit and ink and pen. Because I took the adventurer's pack and haven't bought anything else on top of that except a couple miscellaneous items. And nowhere in there did it come with ink and paper and. There's no hex scrolls available on the Toll the Dead, Flame, Mold Earth, Longstride, and Fairy Fire. There's no hex scrolls available for purchase. And what's the 8d6 for?
Who knows?
He's testing to make sure his double his double fireball could do.
Oh. Gotcha.
He was feeling vicious and he blew up the boat.
That's not how fishing with fireball.
I mean, you could. There are a lot of fish that die if the water temperature changes by like 5 degrees, so a fireball might kill a whole area just by heating the water.
Oh,
Well,
that would have probably upset the druid.
Not to mention
Probably.
the shockwave as well from the explosion.
Yeah, that's true.
Like fish in a barrel, right?
That's guns, my dear. This is way worse.
Yeah, but the base concept is still the same.
The fish have a chance to get missed by the gun. They're not dodging the fireball.
Well, yeah, no. Like, your aim isn't to fish, it's to hit the water or a bullet so that the bullet hitting the water kills the fish.
How does this spell scroll work? You just get to use it once.
Yes.
You
As
pop
an
it
action?
open, you read it, and the spell activates as an action.
Yeah, irregardless of if the spell is a bonus action or an action or like a full round, whatever, it casts in one turn, and it takes your action to use because you have to open it, read it, and then the spell activates.
Right, would Long Strider be worth it? Add 10 to speed of one person or two at second level? Seems like it could be useful in theory.
Yeah, useful in some situations, but like that's such a niche spell that we're probably just never going to use. Because like when are we trying to either catch up to or run away from something that would require us to use?
Does that not happen a lot?
Generally, no. Again, like you could find a use for it if you try hard enough, but in my opinion, it's not worth it. Just from like game, not metagame, a perspective that's been on it for a while.
Okay, I'm back.
Like there's a better spell for that, and it's called haste.
Hey, did you know you can? Did you know you can rack up exhaust encounters using haste?
Yep. Just have like 6 people haste the enemy, and they immediately die from exhaustion.
I thought you don't take the exhaustion until the end.
You don't.
You don't.
Yeah. So they'd fuck you up first.
Well, see, that's where you force cage, and then you just haste them to death.
Basically, you put a cage around him, and then you cast haste on him a bunch of times, and for about a few turns, they're going to look like they're cracked out of their mind, and then they're going to drop dead.
I think somebody did that to Flash once.
Just
So
remember,
it
kids,
officially
crack kills.
gives a level of exhaustion, because everything I see for haste just says a wave of lethargy, not letting you do anything for one turn.
Stacks up and does multiple stuff.
It might have been an older version of
Entirely possible.
D&D that would cause an actual exhausted.
I know there's an item that gives you something similar to haste that gives a level of exhaustion afterwards.
Aw, I'm back into the triple digits.
The triple digits? What you talking about, son?
Gold.
Of gold.
Ah.
Oh, you never did get back to me on about 2 rounds for the tavern. What's that gonna cost me?
20 gold.
Each, or like 10 each?
We'll say 10 each.
Okay.
I bought a drink afterward. Just that. Unless that counted towards that.
We'll say it
So
counted towards it.
I bought a round of drinks after Wymil won. No. I bought a round of drinks for the tavern after you won. And then the bartender matched it. And then before I went to bed, I bought one more round for the common room as I shambled into the...
You didn't actually have to pay for anything. It was all provided by Vor.
Cool.
So, unfortunately, unless we go rule of cool, you can't stack haste on someone. Well, you can, but it actually only affects them once. I was actually curious if we could do that, so I checked the rules.
Yeah, it's the same thing with like enlarge. You can't.
It doesn't stack.
You can't stack any spells on someone. It just takes the highest level of it.
Does anybody
Not true.
have anything else they would like to do?
You can
What
stack
spells can
Shield
you-
of Faith.
I don't know. I was seeing said that according to the rules, you can't stack any spells, but
You
I don't know
can
for sure.
stack Shield of Faith. It cannot be cast multiple times by the same person, but if different people cast it, it does stack. It is +2 to your bonus AC. Because of it being a bonus, the bonus does stack.
I don't know. The rule line is that the effect of the same spell cast multiple times don't
I'm
combine.
not worried about that.
That's if it's cast by the same wielder.
Mm-hmm.
That actually it doesn't say anything about the same wielder, but
That's
I mean I'm
that
down with
rule.
letting it
The
stack.
spell
That's my
itself
opinion.
cannot be cast multiple times by the same person on the same target, but it can stack because it's a bonus to your AC. It doesn't set your AC to a certain level. It doesn't increase your base AC. It gives you bonus AC, and that bonus does stack.
Good lord, can you imagine an entire team of
Clerics?
clerics doing that?
Well, that's how Demon's gonna feel.
Oh no.
Yeah. Now you just realized how beefy Wagyu really is.
Yeah, it just occurred to me. Oh dear. He's gonna cry himself to sleep.
I'm a horrible person.
Yeah, a little bit. I would lie to make you feel better, but yeah, a little bit.
So are you done procuring your items?
I am if they are.
Yeah, I don't want it.
Okay. So
I just want to ask if I can get a custom like sized bag of holding for my monies. As tiny fair.
Sure. Take the price of a normal bag of holding. Not a bag of infinite holding, a normal bag of holding.
Well, of course.
And add 10 gold to that price for it to be custom made.
What's the like? Bag of holding is normally worth like what, 50 gold, right?
I think so.
Holy shit!
What?
The superior healing is 8d4 plus 8.
Yeah.
Look up Supreme.
Fuck. 8d4 plus 8. No wonder that shit was so expensive.
Yeah. I asked for one that's like custom sized and weighted because bag of holding normally is like 15 pounds, and well, that's significantly more than. That's almost twice as much as what Shimmer weighs.
And you asked for a tiny bag of holding for Shimmer, so it'll be custom made for your size. It'll hold the same amount as a normal bag of holding, but it's
Ooh,
10
hold
gold
on.
more for the custom size.
Normal size bag of holding, but tiny.
Yep.
But that also means he can't put anything that wouldn't fit through the opening in the first place.
Well, I'm mostly using it to like store coins and gemstones and like just monetary value stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, stuff that most of us just toss into a backpack. But you're a small bastard, aren't you?
At least
Yeah,
he's not pulling a Mortanius.
Like a gold coin is as big around as my hand. So I just looked actually. Type 1 bag of holding, 15-pound bag of holding, with a content limit of 250 pounds, internal volume capacity of 30 cubic feet, is 2,500 GP, not 50.
Yep.
Massively under. Well, I can't afford that. I will have to continue to stash my goodies in the corner of the wagon and cover it up.
Like a cat with its turd.
I resemble that statement, sir.
No. Shadow resembles that statement.
Right. Well, I guess what'll happen then is I'll just convert my gold into platinum pieces.
You just
Okay.
say
I'll allow you to do that while you're in Baldur's Gate. You can go to the bank and convert it.
in the
Yeah.
wagon that we're about to use as a printed.
You broke up on me, Vincent. If you wouldn't mind, just type that for me real quick, so you don't have to get too loud. I don't want to disturb your family. I know they're sleeping.
He asked if Shim was actually keeping all of his gold in the wagon that we're about to use as a fake merchant wagon.
Well, now that I've converted my gold into platinum pieces, it's a lot more manageable. So no, it's gonna be on my person. Like I have a little tiny like backpack fanny pack type deal that my stuff is in, but that's it.
Okay, so you've gotten everything. You go to the merchant. What was his name? What was that? Akin Celeban. So you go to Celeban, and he's got a wagon waiting for you, equipped with all your wares and stuff, a horse. I guess not.
Hey.
Responding to Wymil's question, I'm not going to respond in a way that's not vague. He should understand that.
Okay.
You're welcome. You begin your journey north. So, we are done in Baldur's Gate. The stretch of road from Go ahead.
Nope. Read on.
Hold on.
Yes, it would. The stretch of road from Baldur's Gate to Waterdeep is a journey of 750 miles. Horse-drawn or mule-drawn freight wagons cover 15 miles per day, depending on conditions. The animals need 1 day off after every 6 days of hauling to recover from their work. All things considered, the trip is expected to take 2 months. Okay.
Wow. So, Vor, while we're traveling on this long road, tell me more about you.
Hold that thought.
Uh,
Y'all can just ignore my funny reaction over here. My Twitch chat's being rude to me. Give me a minute.
It would look worse. It would actually look more like I was a poor merchant if I didn't have somebody to drive my wagon.
By the way, Vteepes, Void says you're a nerd.
Fair
Give me
enough.
about 20, 25 minutes and I'll be back on. I got to pack up and
Okay.
right at my end of my Endover
20,
day.
25 minutes.
All right.
Okay.
We'll see you when you get back. Most of this is going to be traveling anyway. So, you've left Baldur's Gate. About halfway through the first day, you come across a single wagon with no bodyguards. There is an old man driving the wagon. He doesn't really seem to have any wares. He's just got a few curiosities in the back. Nothing of real note.
Is it just stopped, or are we slowly overtaking it?
You're catching up to it. Do you wish to pause and talk to the wagon? The person piloting it?
Hey guys, it looks like there's a wagon ahead. We can either continue or stop and chat.
Let's chat with him. The road's been rather wearisome and boring here lately.
True. We're also trying to catch a caravan that's already underway, so let's make this quick, shall we? Huh?
Okay. You ease up next to the wagon and slow your pace to match its.
Hail, traveler! What brings you out on the road this day?
Oh, I'm just passing through.
Asking too, where you going to?
I'm headed towards Waterdeep.
By yourself? Rather dangerous, don't you think?
Oh, I can surprisingly take care of myself.
Huh. I do not doubt you.
Everybody make me a perception roll.
Already.
Vincent, you've already done it. Thank you.
Wow, that's a sad roll. That figures.
I beat you, mine's worse.
Okay. So
You don't have the bonus I have.
the only two people with your perception roll that really notice anything are going to be Vincent and Siri. The rest of you do not notice this. It's up to them if they want to point this out to you or not. You notice the old man is piloting the wagon, and in the back of the wagon, just kind of dawdling about and playing, are 6 little golden birds. And they seem to be playing with a string in the wagon.
I guess they're keeping it to themselves.
I think we should offer to travel with him. Offer him protection. If he's heading the same way we are.
Well, good sir. Did
Yes.
Vincent notice the birds? Yeah, he noticed the birds.
Yes, I did say birds. 6 little golden birds. playing
I
with
know
a
it's
bit of a
coming.
string in the bed of the wagon. It is not a covered wagon.
Just go ahead and offer it to him.
You offer to
Would
travel
you like
with
us to
him?
travel with you, and we can offer our protection?
Are
No
you on your
charge.
way to Waterdeep as well? Little
Yes.
one?
Now hold a moment, Siri. We are trying to get to Waterdeep as fast as possible. While I am not opposed to helping a fellow traveler on the road, I am a little concerned that our wares will not survive a delay. Would you be able to keep up, sir?
He just kind of chuckles at you and says, "This horse is the fastest horse in the entire Sword Coast."
And you have it pulling a wagon.
Indeed.
Can't argue with that logic, I guess.
My guard Vincent had a question. What was that again, Vincent?
No, I don't have any wares for sale. I'm just sightseeing. It's been a while since I've traveled this road on the Sword Coast. I figured I'd make the best of my trip.
Birds? What birds? I see no... Oh, birds!
You see the 6 little golden birds playing with a string in the bed of the wagon.
Does anyone tell me about these birds?
I just did, out loud.
Oh, you said it out loud. Perhaps
Is
I can
that-
talk with these birds.
Is that what caught your eye, Sierra? The birds?
Well, thank you for the follow, Boyd.
I noticed them.
Okay.
Can I speak to the birds?
You
What
can
manner
try.
of birds are those?
You can't really determine what species of bird they are. You're not sure.
Since
It's a waste of a nat 20.
Since I know how to speak with her when she's in animal form, I assume that I can speak with them, and I try to communicate.
Okay.
And what are you doing? What do you have there, little ones?
It's a string. We're just having fun.
What does the string do? Or is it just a string to nothing?
It's just a string. We like to play tug of war with each other with it.
That's adorable. You're adorable. Keep being adorable.
Thank you.
They like the string. Don't know how much that helps all of you, but they're fans of tug of war.
Looking up at the merchant, I would like to gauge his reaction to this individual claiming to be able to talk to his birds.
That's an interesting talent you have there, but not unheard of.
Thank you. I have no idea how it came to be. You drop another string in the wagon.
Well, as it will be no skin off my back, as long as you do not delay the wagon, I see no reason why we could not offer you the protection of my guards along the way as we're headed in the same direction. I hear there are lots of characters at play along the Sword Coast lately. Some rapscallions making trouble up and down the coast.
Yes, I've heard much of that in Baldur's Gate before I left. Seems you lot are making quite the good amount of time. I left around 6 this morning.
Well, as I said, we are in a bit of a rush. We would like, I would like to get my wagon to there as fast as possible, and the slower we travel, the more likely it is we are to fall victim to highwaymen. I mean, attempted highwaymen. My guards are quite capable of taking care of themselves. But if
Perhaps
you're,
you guys
I'm,
could go ahead if he lags behind. I can hang and watch his wagon because I can always catch up by flight if I need to.
she means her horse is really fast. I don't feel dividing my guards would be beneficial, nor would it be part of contracts for guarding my wares. Giving you the, come on, seriously, look, you're supposed to be in disguise.
I'll repeat what I said. I can stay with him and fly to catch up if I need to.
I do not agree to the modification of our terms of contract. He will have to keep up, or we shall leave him behind. If you would like to break from your contract and go about your way, you may do so. But you will no longer receive your agreed upon payments for escorting my caravan to Baldur's Gate.
If he keeps up, do you care if I keep pace with his wagon as long as he's keeping up?
That is of no concern to me. So long as he is traveling with us, or at least in our company, he will be offered the same protection as my wares.
Are you calling him the wares?
I am
No,
no one's
but
wares, cat.
traveling together in a company implies a spirit of cooperation, combining everybody, combining everybody's resources for the betterment of the whole. So how about it?
Oh, I'm sure I can keep up. That won't be an issue.
My name is Vor Draskul. I am a traveling merchant with my guard train here. What might your name be, sir?
Give me a moment.
Harvey. 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 Name him Harvey. How many little birds did you say was in there?
6.
6.
Got it. All right, I'm tracking. That took me much longer than it should have.
He introduces himself as Zymor.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Seymour. Please join us. And with that, I will the cart into motion.
Forward ho!
You notice that the pace of his horse easily keeps up with the pace of your horses and wagons.
Breed of horse do you have there? I would be very much interested in a horse with such speed and stamina. Are you open to breeding?
He just kind of looks at you oddly. It's just a normal horse.
I suppose, with your wagon being empty, a single horse could keep pace with a loaded wagon. I will congratulate you on a fine mount, sir.
Well, thank you.
A little wasted as a cart horse, but...
Well, the cart is more for my comfort.
I knew somebody was gonna do it. Fucking knew somebody was gonna do it.
Siri, are you riding in the wagon with the old man?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it okay if I sit here?
Sure. I don't mind at all.
I just wanted to let you know, and it's a secret to everyone,
So,
that we... What?
I was going to say for the rest of the party, she is speaking quietly to the old man, and you do not hear this.
Oh, yeah. Should have specified. We are going to, or we're in disguise, to go and deal with the cultists. We're going to join their caravan, find out what we can.
He just kind of turns his head to you and quietly says, so that nobody else can hear, I saw what you did with the kobolds.
And
I approve. Sparing a life and converting them to follow me instead of my wicked sister is much more beneficial than executing them.
I agree. I fell in love with them more quickly than I expected, and the fact that I could work for you at the same time just made it even better. I hope I proved myself.
It shows me you're on the right path. And by the end of your journey, you may earn your place back at my side.
We'll keep trying. Will you visit me again?
I certainly will. In time. When I think the time is right, I will make myself known to you, just as I have now.
Thank you.
You're welcome. But you should rejoin your friend's wagon. I am growing tired of being in this form.
Okay. I'll get off and go over.
So you will hop from the wagon. He'll pull it close enough so that you can hop over to that wagon with no trouble at all. And then the rest of the party will notice that his wagon's starting to lag behind a little bit.
I just wanted to see if I saw her hop back onto ours.
You would have easily noticed.
I will begin slowing the horse's pace just a little.
He said we can continue.
Does he no longer wish to travel with us?
Something came up.
Something came up.
I just kind of...
You realized
After-
you needed to go back.
After seeing her jump off of it, I just kind of listened to her reasoning and then just quietly suspect something was up. But I don't mention it. It's her private business.
You had a conversation with him. Did he give any indication that there might be some danger he sensed ahead that we did not, and is perhaps leaving us?
No, it wasn't anything like that. He
So,
didn't really tell me.
you're pulling well ahead of the wagon at this point.
Well, if he's okay with us leaving him, I did say if he could not keep up, I would not lag behind. We have to maintain the appearance of a merchant train. So, knowing that he's okay with us leaving behind makes me feel better about it, but it still needs to be done.
So, at this point, I need the entire party to make a perception roll.
Come on, pass it this time, damn it. Nope. I can't perception for
My
shit.
eyes are closed. I perceive nothing.
You blinked and you missed it.
Literally. God damn it.
Vincent, perception roll.
He had a 14. Unless you want.
So, right about this time, if you all look up, everybody who rolled above a 7, if you look up, you will see a giant, ancient platinum dragon and 6 slightly smaller golden dragons fly overhead.
Gonna act shocked.
Yup.
Oh my god!
Yup.
When they shout is when I look up.
You will see the largest platinum dragon you have ever seen in your entire life fly overhead, with 6 golden dragons behind him.
I'd roll religion, but my guy doesn't know religion at all.
Which ones were the good dragons again?
Platinum.
Oh,
and
the
gold.
metallic. The metallic ones are good. Anything of color is Tiamat's brood.
Chromatic, not technically not color, just chromatic, but
So, if you will make me a history
Guard
check,
from a small village.
if you will all make me a history check, except for Siri.
that's when I get a good roll.
Nope.
Fucking damn it.
Getting all my bad rolls out before combat.
2 19s. Oy.
I still need the history check because that's OOC knowledge for you.
What do you suppose they were doing in this region? You think they are against the dragon cult as well?
Vincent, Shadows, and Siri all know this. Vor, you do not put this together. Mikeal, you have no fucking clue what's going on. You are aware that that was Bahamut and his 6 advisor dragons that you were just riding in a wagon beside.
Mm-hmm. And I'm pissed that I forgot that bit of lore myself. Fucking hell. Ugh.
So, hooray, you just had an encounter with the King of Dragons, and essentially the God of Dragons.
Let's all take a moment and celebrate the fact that we're not dead.
Oh,
Can't believe I was.
Y'all are having a good time enjoying the connection, but I'm clueless.
Yeah, me too. I have no idea what the hell's going on. I just know we're not dead. Hooray.
I can't believe I was sitting right beside him. Wait. Yeah.
Him?
That was
The old man?
him, right?
Him who?
Oh,
What are you talking about?
the old man turned it. No?
That old man was the dragon?
Oh, but maybe I'm.
You
Not
would have
right.
easily been able to put together 2 and 2 as players, or as characters at this point. that
That was
the old
Bahamut.
man was Bahamut.
I had no idea.
Yeah. You
Just
probably
kinda-
shouldn't have just spoken a straight out lie. Now anybody who's interested in your story gets to roll an insight, and you got to roll a deception.
Bring it
just
on.
about to say,
Like
and-
Vincent over here.
And
Still can't
because I-
get much,
Damn.
right?
it just
Like-
lets me know if you're lying.
Yeah, but that doesn't really.
It doesn't tell them anything other than you're keeping
Yeah.
something from them.
Okay, I'm lying.
I just kind of think of what you just said, like, oh, I can't believe that, and then just recall you jumping off the wagon and then talking to him, a random stranger for no apparent reason, and then jumping back on, and then that happening. But I'm like, okay, I have my suspicions, and I know she's lying about something, so
That old
that is your privacy.
that old man in that rickety cart was Bahamut. You think somebody of his majesty and history and legend would travel around in something more innate?
But what if they don't want to be known? Is maybe why he not tell us? Would you have
Also
assumed it
why
was
he
him
would-
before? Is not known.
Yeah, what happened to the horse? If it's still out there, I want to go get it.
The horse was actually illusion magic. He was just willing the wagon along on his own.
Gods do that. That's fair.
I'll take it.
Chase shenanigans, but he's a god, so that would.
I
just make me
too
look-
shall will this track. Cart go. Ah.
Let me know how that works out for you.
Shh.
So the horse was never there.
Oh, we going?
So you go on down the path further.
Oh,
The
try to
day
keep up, little guardsman.
the day ends with no real trouble.
God.
Nothing eventful happens outside of your encounter with Bahamut.
I'm gonna take a wild guess and assume this trail has been traveled enough that trying to determine how far the next nearest thing in front of us is going to be not good.
You're just kind of going along down the road. Nothing happens for the first day, so you would stop and make camp.
Right, but I mean, like, is there a chance that we could read the road and see if somebody has traveled in front of us and how long ago that was?
Make me a survival check. You can tell
I was
that
enough to make one, but I think we're good.
this road is well traveled, and based on the tracks, you can determine that a wagon passes, or the closest wagon to you ahead of you is about a day and a half ahead of you.
So if I'm reading the trail correctly, the next nearest wagon ahead of us is about a day and a half if we carry on at this pace.
Good. We'll be at our target soon enough.
Does Vincent pick up anything I missed?
You can tell that the wagon ahead of you, Vincent, consists of 3 wagons, 6 horses, and each wagon has a guard of about 3 bodyguards per wagon.
Sierra, would you be willing to take care of the animals, get them ready for settling down for the night while camp is set up?
Do that.
Cool. Let's get this camp set up already.
Right?
You stop, you make camp. There is enough food in the wagon to last you the full trip. So everybody in the party can become fed. Your hero's feast buff wears off when you awaken from your long rest. Would anyone like to take watch?
Well,
Shadows will help with the watch.
DM, out of character question.
Mhm.
I only need 4 hours of sleep, right?
For a short rest.
What does...
I
Oh,
am back.
I'm already.
Wait, I thought a
I
short rest
can't
was
hear.
an hour.
Hold on.
I thought a short rest was an hour.
It is, but 4 hours is not quite long enough for a long rest. 6 to 8 is long
It's-
rest.
There's some
Unless
races
there's
that
something with
override
your
that.
class or race.
It's my race, but who is loud? I can't hear.
It's Wind and Waffle's phone.
Okay, I'm gonna turn it down.
Hear that? My bad.
That's okay. I just turned it down. Yeah, it says trance. Elves don't need to sleep. They meditate deeply, remaining semi-conscious for 4 hours a day. While in the state, you get the same benefit as a human does from 8 hours of sleep.
Okay, so then you only need 4 hours for a long rest.
Okay, then I was gonna offer to take watch during the 4 hours I'm not doing that.
Okay. So you'll
So
take
Siri will take first watch.
first watch. All right.
Actually, I feel it would be more beneficial, Sierra, if you took the last watch of the night, leading us into morning. This would allow you to rest immediately after we stop traveling and allow us, allow the rest of us to gain uninterrupted sleep, or at least allow fewer of us to be interrupted in our sleep cycle.
All right, thank you for.
And we can rotate as we determine necessary. Would that be amenable?
Wait.
Yes.
Vincent, you're volunteering for the first watch. I will take the second watch. Okay. And then, so that'll be him for 2 hours, me for 2 hours, and Sierra is willing to take the morning watch.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll be expecting you three to pick up at least a watch tomorrow.
Shim can't see very well in the dark, though.
Shadows can do watches. Shadows doesn't mind. He is in darkness. He is vengeance in the shadows. He is good with the shadows.
Fire?
Can always do a watch.
That was in response to Shim saying he can't see at night. I'm pretty sure.
Campfire. So you stop to make camp, you make a campfire, you cook your food, you eat. Everybody settles in for their rest. Who's taking first watch?
Vincent.
Vincent. So on first watch, nothing happens. Everything is safe. First watch wraps up. Second watch starts. Who's taking second watch?
Vor.
Vor. Again, nothing happens. Siri comes to from her meditative trance, and she is fully rested. She will take over the watch and allow you to get full night's rest. And again, nothing really eventful happens during that watch either. Sun breaks over the horizon. You wake up the rest of the party. Everybody dons their gear. You eat breakfast, and you set out on the road again.
Each of you will be given a single elixir this time, as I wasn't able to make enough to give us all 2.
Got it, got it.
Of course you wake up okay. Nobody's gonna fuck with you in your sleep. That'd be against the traveling companion's code. Oh, that's right. You've got the rack the fuck out trait. Gotcha. I forgot about that. That's why he's willing to take first watch, because once he's out, he's fucking gone.
Out.
It's gonna take a bucket of water to wake his ass up
Right.
for a fight.
Shadow has claws. Claws wake up.
I would recommend clawing him. He's a big boy.
You give him poke. He wake up. He wake up well.
It's either a bucket of water or a bacon, egg, and cheese on a roll. One or the other.
Bacon weave omelet.
Yes.
BLT.
So you eat your breakfast and you set out on the road again. The first part of the day, the morning, somewhat is uneventful. We'll say you're about here. You stop for lunch and let the horses rest for a moment, and you find a small pond nearby to let the horses drink water and graze some grass. Nothing really happens during lunch. You get back in the wagon and head up the road a little bit ways further. And then
During that stop, I would like to speak to Sierra real quick.
okay.
How are the horses holding up? Do we need to do anything additional to keep them operational?
Yeah. Would I know?
You would know that what you're doing is what needs to be done. You need to give them, whenever you stop during the middle of the day for a short rest, let the horses graze, water them so that they don't get exhausted.
Yeah, we're giving them the breaks and water like they need.
Excellent, excellent. I would hate to lose a horse to being lamed. Having competent companions is truly a godsend. I did not know how much I had been lacking. Thank you.
You're welcome. Was that it?
Yes, that was it.
I just kind of just keep a watch, keep trying to figure out what happened with Bahamut.
You mumbling this shit under your breath? Do I need to make perception checks? You want to fucking go?
Yeah, you can go ahead and go.
Not you. He knows who I'm talking to.
He
If you
said that in
haven't-
character, and I heard I would laugh.
Ah, that.
I didn't hear nothing. No one knows what I'm talking about.
Was that legitly in character? Was it out loud or under your breath?
I'm over here chilling with Shadows, talking about the best ways to take out cultists. And I don't mean the dates.
I'm waiting, Vincent.
We got to split these two up. Ah, yes, Siri.
I see.
What do you
Nothing.
think?
Nothing further to comment.
Since you're clearly
That's what I
not listening
thought.
to them at all.
We'll carry on.
Oh, Lord. What's that wagon there?
So
They're about to get a spectacle.
as you guys make your way to about here, you catch up to this wagon. You start to ease past it a little bit, and the driver notices you and says, "Hail, stranger."
Stranger? But Shadow's not strange. Shadow's normal.
I don't know you. You are a stranger.
Ah, that
Hail.
kind of stranger.
That's
Hail,
right.
stranger too.
Keep your silence.
Hail to thee. What is it that brings you on this merry road today?
I'm just traveling along. Who do I have the pleasure of meeting with now?
I'm Mikeal. I am a guard hired by this gentleman who is a merchant by the name of Vor.
Vor. Ah. I was asked by a strange traveler that should I ever come across you on the road to deliver this letter to you. And he reaches out a hand from his wagon to hand you a letter.
Thank you. I shall see that Mr. Vor gets it immediately.
Thank you.
Sorry. God damn it.
I don't know what's in the letter or anything like that. It's none of my business. I was just asked to deliver it. So here it is. Surprising that I met you so soon. I heard that I might encounter you in Waterdeep, which is where I'm headed. But
Well then the gods watch over you, and may you have a blessed travel.
thank you.
With that, I kind of flick the parchment open. Sorry, some people like to hide poisons. I'm just making sure it's not wet. Here you are. I hand it back up to Vor.
Thank you, Mikeal. And thank you, sir. Here. A coin for your diligence in delivering this letter. And I'll hand Mikeal a silver coin.
Well, thank you, sir.
Yeah, just hand it back over to that guy.
He takes the silver coin very gratefully. He says, now that that's done, it's one less thing I have to worry about once I make it to Waterdeep. The rest of these letters won't deliver themselves.
Indeed, and I'm sure that if you are heading to Waterdeep, you'll have much more to worry about than a simple letter. Take care, traveler.
Thank you. If you look on the side of the wagon, you'll notice that he is a mail courier. He literally just delivers letters from city to city for people. And he heads on ahead of you. Do you open the letter and read it?
Mikeal, would you mind driving the wagon while I read this letter?
Yes. All right. I'll keep it at a steady pace. You go on and read.
So the letter reads, My dearest friends, I hope this missive reaches you in Waterdeep. A little bird reported you'd be headed there. How grand for you that you're associating with such powerful people. Do be careful. If I can find you, so can our other friends. Speaking of our friends in purple, they were much distressed to learn that B has taken Skyreach Castle back to his people. They were also quite perturbed that their Thayan associates cannot be found. I think they blame you. Our mutual friend F has been a most enjoyable guest. Such a sweet young woman, so tender-hearted. She deeply grieved upon learning that R had died. I can assure you, We all respond to news of departed loved ones differently. She whooped and laughed and wept tears of joy. It must have been to hide the fact that she was crying deep inside. F continues her studies into draconic lore, learning that there is now a vacancy among the leadership only intensified her interest. I must say, I have made sure she is well supplied with scholarly works, especially those on the Black Dragons, but we both grow anxious for news from you. I hope you are pursuing V with all diligence. My interest in his white mask has only intensified. There was a rather nasty rumor going around that V had lost his white mask. Distressing, if true, that he could be so careless with it. Supposedly V informed his master, S. The rumor was false. Of course, V immediately left on a journey and has not been seen since. Please make haste. Cordially yours, Talus. Oh, motherfucker. Internet shit the bed. Am I back?
Leaning over.
Am I back?
Oh, he's back.
I hear you
You're
back,
back
but you're
in
not
voice.
level 20 yet.
Hold on.
Oh, you're back in 20 as well.
Okay, sorry about that, viewers as well. Sorry, I do apologize. The stream, my internet shit the bed. It happens sometimes. Luckily, it was just for a minute this time instead of a few hours. Did you catch the letter, or do I need to read it over again?
Got most of it. Who's B?
Okay, hold on.
You gave initials, but I'm assuming I should know these initials.
Not all of
Vteepes
them.
camera.
This letter's supposed to be kind of cryptic. So you said B or V?
Okay, so I'm tracking that it's from either Froome, Leosin, or one of the guild contacts, updating us that intelligence was received that there is a vacancy in the cult's leadership, of which our cleric lady is very happy about. But she was crying on the inside? Is that implying that they think she's lying about her?
Okay, so that's where we
Turn
cut out,
bonus.
right? But that's where I cut out?
Also said she's continuing to study dragon lore.
Okay, I'm going to start from there. F continues her studies into draconic lore. Learning that there is now a vacancy among the leadership only intensified her interest. I must say I have made sure she is well supplied with scholarly works, especially those on the Black Dragons. But we both grow anxious for news from you. I hope you are pursuing V with all diligence. My interest in his white mask has only intensified. There was a rather nasty rumor going around that V had lost his white mask. Distressing, if true, that he could be so careless with it. Supposedly, V informed his master S. The rumor was false. Of course, V immediately left for a journey and has not been seen since. Please make haste. Cordially yours, Talus.
Why does that name sound familiar?
My roll 20's switching between different people's webcams going out right now. Does everybody have everybody else's right now?
I do.
Talus
I do.
was the paladin, right?
Because-
Or-
No, that was
No.
Froome.
That's Froome.
Ask Vincent who Talus is. In character.
Do I know who Talus is?
You don't.
Okay, and is it safe to assume that F is... I can gain context clues there that it's the cleric lady?
Frolum? Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna do a quick look around, see if I can notice anybody. I'm assuming we carried on past the wagon, you said as we pass it, so are we alone on the trail?
Yes, you are alone on the trail now.
Okay. So this letter appears to be from one of our allies. They seem to know a lot about what's going on, this Talus fellow. But of note here, Vincent, you'll be happy to know that your cleric friend is being allowed to continue her pursuit of study on black dragons. So they seem to be maintaining their word. Does anyone remember us being contracted to track down a guy with a white mask? Because I thought we were gathering information.
What if the white mask is the information?
So, you have no idea what's going on, apparently. This letter is actually meant to be taunting. And kind of like, we have Frulum back. She is now our prisoner. And we are making sure she continues her studies for our benefit instead of outright killing her.
Oh.
Talus, the White.
Oh no. Ah. Vincent, good news! Your friend Talus has your other friend, Frolum.
The letter was addressed to Vor because he was made out to be the party leader, but it was also meant as a jab at Vincent.
And I think our cover is already blown.
No. Also, what?
I'll offer the letter up for everybody to read.
No.
So does this mean we can go loud and stab?
I would like to know how they got her away from a paladin.
One
They
paladin
sent a
versus
dragon,
several
probably.
people. Look at my master. You can be great at fighting, but when you're surrounded, you're surrounded.
A vacancy in the leadership?
Or wasn't she leadership originally? Saying that she's no longer leadership?
If it makes you feel better, Vincent, I thought you should have killed her in the first place. Spared her a lot of trouble.
Is that just pointing out that they don't like that you killed the guy, Vincent? The blue guy?
Who? Well, who did you kill?
That blue half
Oh,
dragon.
the dragon. The half dragon.
Could be like just kind of sliding that in there to say we know and we don't like it. I don't know.
I
Guessing.
don't know. Apparently, he knows this Talos guy.
So if they have her, it's safe to assume. No, we didn't go get information from her. So they don't know. They shouldn't know exactly what we're up to, but they probably have all of our names and descriptions by now.
I don't think you guys should have given your real name. But
To her, or
to the guy who handed you the letter, I think that was the...
He was just a mail courier. He is not a cultist.
yeah.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they know what we're doing and what we're up to. It just means...
No, they believe that we are in Waterdeep. We are not.
Yeah, that's true.
They believe that Waterdeep was our final destination. It is not. The caravan, their caravan, is our destination.
No, Waterdeep
Oh.
is the final destination, but the mission is on the way to Waterdeep.
We're trying to catch up to the caravan that is headed for Waterdeep.
Yeah,
So
but they think Waterdeep is our destination, not the caravan itself.
I feel before we meet up with this caravan, we'll need to break out the disguise kits again and establish aliases for the party.
is maybe a good idea.
Vincent, I understand your concerns, but she had no way of knowing that we were going to be infiltrating, as she was already removed from the situation before we came up with our plan.
Told her.
And seeing as how we're not posing as the latest recruits, as was the original game plan, they'll be looking for new recruits, not necessarily a caravan or caravan guards.
Okay, you're kind of missing the bigger picture. If they got her, it means they went through your friend, which means they probably gathered information that she has used to taunt us in the letter, which means they probably do know exactly what we're up to because they taunted us 4 different times in the letter.
Shadows, buddy.
Yes.
That's a paladin.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry, that was Vincent talking. Vincent,
Yes.
buddy, he's a paladin. I get you're a mercenary, and money is the thing that makes you talk fast as torture. But paladins are a little bit different. Torture a paladin all you want, they'll spit in your face.
But everybody in that town isn't a paladin.
No, but only Leosin and the paladin and the paladin
And you're
are the
making,
ones we talk to.
right, but you're making a lot of assumptions that they don't have underlings that they had talked to too.
What was it you said earlier? No plan is 100% safe.
Which is why I'm saying we should change ours. That's just my 2 cents.
Okay, I say we turn around, leave, and that would leave your newfound friend to die.
How would you suggest we change our plans? Do you have any ideas? Vincent?
Ah, damn. Okay. Did you have any other plan other than either infiltrating or performing mercenary work? Both of which were discussed in front of those two, so by your logic, it could have leaked to the underlings.
We can go in at night and stab.
That won't get us the information we're looking for. We need
If
to
we
know what
stab
they're
all
up
but
to.
one, it might. Keep the one.
You're the only one among us who can get away with stabbing multiple people in the dark and get away with it.
Damn it. Might be too big an undertaking even for the Shadows of Vengeance.
Okay, let's give Vincent a moment. I know he's got his family sleeping in the other room and the walls are thin right now where he's at. So, one of our players, for viewers, oh, well, thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate that very much.
Nice.
We have been raided.
Yes, a party of 3 has just raided our stream. Thank you for joining us. We are playing Tyranny of Dragons. We are still in the first segment, which is Horde of the Dragon Queen. They are currently on the road from Baldur's Gate to Waterdeep. I was going to say, let's let Vincent say what he wants to say here that he's typing. Okay. But one of our parties is currently on a vacation. His family's sleeping in the other room. So he's typing tonight. Next session, which will be this coming Sunday night for this campaign, he will be back on camera and back speaking. Thank you very much for the follow, Big Dan DD.
That's a good name. That's a name you can respect right there.
Or Big DND, my bad.
That's an even better name. Big Dan. Sorry, misread that.
I did misread that. I'm so sorry.
We could definitely go straight in, but I think they know we're coming. Well, they'll know we're coming one way or the other. Might as well keep up with our initial plan. Go in as merchants, go in as guards, see what happens.
Thank you for the follow as well, Goblin for President.
And then get out doing the stabs. Shadows wants to do stabs.
I will vote Goblin for president, because at least I know what they're thinking.
Just so everybody knows, that put me at 50 followers now, so we are now trying for a higher viewer count in order to get this channel affiliate.
I have done the dance of joy. I will not do it again until there are 100 of you. Go get your friends.
I will put the letter in notes for you. It's something I'm going to have to manually do, as it's part of a separate PDF that I'm using to help me with this module. But I will put it in a note for you guys.
Let's just go with our plan as original. If we have to fight, I'd rather fight our way out and make a way out than to try and flee through an entire army.
But if we kill an entire army, we're doing a good job. No more cultists.
Yes, but an entire army has arrows and crossbows, and I can't dodge all of those.
We put poison in the food. We're good.
Yes, but if we're gonna go in guns blazing, we can't really go the sneaky, subtle approach at that point.
Fine. It's fair. It's fair.
Keep doing what we're doing for now. And if they act like they found us out, then we'll, slaughter them all. And I guess try and save Vincent's friend. I guess.
If you have any viable alternatives, we are open to suggestions. If not, I propose we continue about our current path of attack.
Shoot, maybe they're stupid and they'll try and bring us straight to their commander and be like, haha, see, we knew you were coming, and then we get to split the guy's head in.
Them's his cultists. Always stupid.
I could, when we're close, turn into a fly again and just have Vincent just kind of listen, take a look around.
Would be very good for us. Especially if they don't realize how many of us there actually are. That way, if you went missing, they wouldn't think about it if you suddenly appeared. Because they'd just say, you must have came into the camp sometime later.
Oh, why can I not fucking spell? Fuck it.
Well, let's head on then. Whatever we're going to meet, let's meet it.
Okay. So, you progress forward. Nothing else really happens for the rest of the day. You stop for camp, make rest again, eat. First watch?
Shadows and Mikeal and or Shim, in all fairness, you guys should be taking watch this night.
Yeah.
Cyradil, I don't mean to force you into these things, but you having the most options available to you and needing the least sleep of all, would you be willing to continue to take the last watch?
Yeah, I don't mind doing it every time.
Thank you for the follow, Streamers Raid Train. I appreciate that.
All right. Shim, I understand that your lack of night vision can prove to be a hindrance, but humans provide night watches all the time with nothing but Vincent rolled a d20. With nothing but a campfire to light their way. As such, I do not feel it is fair to the rest of us that you be exempt from night watch.
I'll go first.
We did get Shim back, right?
Not yet.
No, he was here. He was with us. He was on the phone in his car. Where'd he go?
He poofed.
Get your fairy ass back here, you son of a bitch.
Disconnected again, I'm assuming. He's probably going inside, being set up.
Alright, Mikeal, Shadows, you're up.
Shadow sees good at night. Shadows do watch.
Do the first watch where the light of the sun is still starting to fade. There's still a little bit of light. In the middle of the night is when we'll do shadows, so directly after me should be Shims.
Stop copying her old tokens. Update your tokens. This looks like it might be a combat map.
It is not a combat map.
Oh, good.
This is for when you go start your next day. So you're still on the other map, so to speak. I'm just kind of moving things a little ahead on the layout for my sake.
For future reference, what do you mean when you say update token? Update your tokens.
If you keep track of your health, armor, spell slots, all that stuff on your token, mine keeps getting copied as the level 2 token instead of the level 4 stats.
Shadow's not on map. Shadow's upset. Shadow's so good at stealth, he not show up on map. Yes, yes.
Ninja vanish.
Thank you for the follow, Ladybug Miraculous. Appreciate that very much. Much
Ooh,
love.
that's a good show.
So that was actually a surprisingly good show.
Ah, damn, they threw you a follow. They were at mine and they never gave me one. Rip.
They know where the party's at.
Yes, I know.
There you go.
They were memeing at me yesterday.
Okay, so the night goes through, again, nothing really happens overnight. There's no encounters. The third day comes about, and you get about 2-3 hours through the day, and you find yourselves entering the Fields of the Dead.
The Fields of the Huda what now?
The Fields of the Dead.
Yeah, I was about to ask that.
Why can't we ever enter a nice field?
Field of the rosy poppies, or Field of the Care Bears. Fields of the Unicorn.
That would be really cool.
Vincent. Fields of the Unicorn.
Nah, Fields of the Dead.
It's gotta be Fields of the Dead.
But of course, why wouldn't it be?
Why would the dead want a field anyway? Can't
Okay,
really use
so nothing occurred in the night. We got up, prepared to travel out. No issues, yes? Are we on the road or getting ready to hit the road?
You were on the road still.
Not the Care Bears. Stare.
I need to...
The dead Care Bears. Well, if we see cultists, we'll be Field of Dead. I make many dead cultists. Yes, yes.
We'll see when we get there.
Make me a perception check.
Ooh.
Oh god.
Everybody.
Alright.
Thank you, Little Yoko, for the follow.
Hey, I got someone sent to you now, yes. Spread the love.
Vincent and Vor.
Damn, shadows can't roll for shite today.
You see two what look like eagles flying far overhead.
Oh boy.
Eagles?
Mm-hmm. I don't know why that's not working for you. Here, I'll do that.
Yes, yes. Yes, I agree with Vincent. Siri! What are those?
Oh, motherfucker. I don't know why none of my things are working. Here.
Do I need to
No one
make a
asks
check,
the
or do I know?
I'm not
no one
just
asks
gonna.
the cat what the birds are. A cat likes eating birds. Birds taste good though.
I'm not just gonna arbitrarily shoot the birds out of the sky.
Do I know they're
It's
eagles?
tasty.
Well, if everybody, do you point them out to the rest of the party?
Yes.
Okay, everybody make me a DC 15 nature check.
Damn it! I was hoping it would be survival. He has no clue.
I got excited. I thought that was my roll.
Jesus Christ! Yeah, use your nat 20s before combat, guys. That's the best idea.
Hey, fuck you. It's not like I had a choice. Uh,
2 nat 20s pre-combat.
I need
Done
to
like
get some
4
tokens
now.
out.
tokens?
Mm-hmm.
Might want to get my token if we need tokens out.
Oh, you don't have yours yet, do you?
Nope, I was joking about that earlier. Shadow's so good at stealth, his token no longer show. You can't find shadows.
I'm starting to agree with you.
Whack.
Should have Eldritch Blasted. Should always Eldritch Blast.
Blast first, ask questions later.
True.
Sorry, viewers, I don't mean to keep yawning on screen, but I came off a 12-hour shift and D&D is life, so here we are.
Yeah, well, your camera cut out for me a while ago, and I can only get you in, get Vteepes and Codec, or get our DM and Sarah. Can't get all 4 of you.
Everybody let me know if you can move your token.
The only one I don't have is shadows.
Yours, I'm cut out on yours, and you're cut out on mine.
Okay. So,
I'll reset mine.
I've reset mine a couple times.
everybody who succeeded on the nature check is able to determine that they know exactly what these things are. They are paratons. They are not eagles.
No.
There are 2 of them. You spot them just as they start to make a dive attack at you. Roll initiative.
Shadows does not know. Shadows
You'll
does
need
not
to
know.
pull the tracker up.
Shit. There it is.
Shadows can't roll good. Hopefully Shadows rolls better on stabbings.
Not everybody leads with their attack first, ask questions later, Vincent.
I am return.
But maybe everyone should is better option. We keep getting jumped.
Jim, poor night vision will not excuse you from night watch. Humans do it all the time with nothing but a campfire.
But Shim's eyes are so much smaller.
Shem, come talk to the angry flying things. Make them go away.
What angry flying things?
The night went off without a hitch. We got a you'll need to be caught up on the letter.
I caught the letter.
Okay. Then
Angry Peritons.
yeah, apart from that, we had a brief discussion on what our next course of action should be. Slept through the night, no problem. Woke up, and we're getting attacked by these petrodons?
Peritons.
Peritons. Pterodactyls.
No, they're Peritons
Not
are a
pterodactyls.
specific like they're like chimeric almost.
Yeah. They are a sight.
They're quadrupedial. They have like the
They're huge too, I think.
they are quite large. They're basically if hippogriffs went on crack.
They're not quadruped. They're 2 legs and wings.
But they're quadrupedial.
No, 2 legs, wings, deer head, bird body,
And
antlers.
sharp teeth.
I think there's something else that's similar to a peton that's quadrupedal, but not these.
Yeah, because there's hippogriffs, which is the body
No,
of a
I
lion,
mean-
head of an eagle.
off track. Fight.
Anyway.
Roll initiative.
I think so.
I will once I get logged into Roll20 on my home computer here.
Okay. So you're doing that real quick. While we wait, I'm going to roll me a cigarette. And then once we get Shim's initiative and we get our list sorted, I will begin this round of combat, which is the first bit of combat you've had on the road.
Yay for random encounters.
Oh no, this isn't a random encounter.
Yay for scripted encounters.
This is a scripted encounter.
Yay for scripted encounters.
Your random encounters you
Okay.
have rolled have been surprisingly nothing.
Surprisingly
Surprisingly
empty. Yeah.
mellow.
Isn't it better if we don't know either way? Or no?
I mean, I suppose also just, hooray for encounters in general.
Right.
We like our combat.
Ah, yes, XP on wings. They deliver.
XP on wings. Oh my god.
They've had their Red Bull today.
Not sponsored, but not against it.
That's true. I mean,
I
Red Bull
prefer
wants to pick me
Monster.
up. I don't mind.
I prefer Monster
Again,
they won't
not
pick 'em up.
sponsored,
Good job,
but
guys.
not against it.
at all. I would hop on that one in a minute. Not healthy for me, but I would. I'm sorry, man. If they sent me boatloads of them, do you think I'd stop chugging it?
Do you have any idea what's in modern day food? Ain't none of it healthy for us. At least it tastes good.
Yes,
I mean,
but 58
normally.
grams of sugar in a single can, and they sponsored me, I'd end up having enough to chug. Would not end well.
58 grams of sugar in a can makes your heart go.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
They did change their serving sizes.
Then again, you don't want to know how many I had the second time I had them ever, and I'm still here,
There we
so I
go.
think I might be fine.
The standard cans used to actually be 2 serving sizes, and they'd only give you the single serving size information.
Well,
Guess they finally merged it. Got tired of people doing their own math.
I mean that's what most everything does is they give you the size for one serving,
Yeah, but they
and then
fixed
they
it.
tell you how many servings are in a bag.
Anyone who doesn't know that ends up getting cheated if they're calorie counting.
Well, then they can't fucking
Okay.
read.
So, Shim, you got me your initiative. Sort this. All right. Mikeal, you get to go first. What do you do?
So as soon as I look up and realize what these things are, I just go, "Oh, that's unpleasant, but I do think I have a plan for them." And as I see them swooping low, I'm going to use Booming Blade. Basically, since I'm using this to use my weapon, and I basically make an attack as they swoop down into my range.
You need to be closer.
Do I?
Mhm.
Oh, my bad. There you go.
So the spell is going off of a 5-foot range based on standard weapon damage. He has a 10-foot range.
Oh, so were you in 10 feet of one of them?
That was his
I was
intention.
on.
That's why
I
he
was
was
right
back
here.
when.
No, you were actually right here.
Oh, was I?
Yeah.
So was that 10 feet?
Yes, it is. Okay, so you can reach it? Never mind. You were close enough. What does this thing's AC? Yes, you hit.
It's not that high. Yeah, I'm not saying. Oh no, he definitely hits. Oh.
Okay.
Alright, and then I'm going to not use my bonus action for polearm, but instead I'm going to use my bracers. Let's see. How do I do that little move thing? I'm trying to figure out. Isn't it right click? Yeah, it's right click. Okay, is he 10 feet away from me as well?
Uh-huh.
This one?
Uh-huh.
Okay, cool.
Just
I'm going-
barely, but yes.
I'm going to do the booming blade again.
Okay.
God.
Technically, it is a
Miss him.
cantrip.
I have a bad feeling I just missed him on that one.
You did.
I missed him. Okay.
All right. Vor.
So at the end of my turn, let's see, I moved 20. I'm just gonna back up 1. And then I'll say I'm done. Vor's next.
Does anyone know what it's going to take one of these things down?
A lot.
Is that your informed or opinion?
It looked tough. A lot. Opinion.
Does anyone have informed decisions on these things?
You want to make a nature check?
No.
I failed my nature check, but
The nature check was to identify them. That's not necessary. So I identified them, but do I know? Like,
That's part of the nature.
if I don't know what they are, I mean, I don't know much about.
so I rolled a nat 20 on my nature check. What I'm basically asking is this going to be a prolonged combat action,
Most likely.
or are we going to wrap this up in 2 or 3 turns?
Based on this knowledge of your strength of your party and your nature check, which was a nat 20, you would know that you could probably take these things out pretty easily because of the strength and size of your party.
Okay. Then with that information, I will attack the nearest one to us, the one not sheathed in the booming blade.
Okay.
Cantrip.
One on my right.
You hit.
And I will attempt to knock it 10 feet back. I was after that guy.
The fuck. There. He has moved 10 feet back.
That will end my turn.
Okay. Shimmer, what do you do?
Meep.
Meep.
They look like they could eat me in one bite.
Fly inside and blow them up.
No. Hmm.
Come on, Sequard.
Oh.
I'm gonna witch bolt,
Called it.
Which one?
and I'm targeting this one.
Okay. It's been a few days since you've done this spell. I need you to roll me a d20.
Here we go again.
It activates.
Mm-hmm.
It
Check
never
out my
ends.
PhD.
For those of you just tuning in, this individual here, known as Shim, the female fairy,
You do hit roll damage.
is a wild magic sorcerer.
It's gonna end poorly again. I'm sure.
Boop, 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 boop. Oh dear.
I don't want to know.
This one's also catching magic missile at 5th level.
Okay. Okay. So I
So-
need you to roll damage for Witch Bolt, and then I need you to roll me damage for the Magic Missile.
I
First things
like that
first,
one.
I am catching Witch Bolt at 2nd level as well.
Oh, that's another reason why your shit would have activated on you, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
So this one takes
So
5
it takes
lightning.
11. Takes 11
Beautiful.
lightning. 11 lightning.
Okay, so
And then it will take 5d4 plus 5. And this is all getting piled onto it.
17 onto the same one.
Yep.
So the one you just Witch Bolted, you're doing the Magic Missile on.
Yes.
I heard that
Okay.
guy. Oh, that guy.
You will kill it. Describe how it dies with your Magic Missile killing it.
As I cast the lightning from Witch Bolt, and the lightning impacts the Periton, making it squawk. Suddenly, Shimmer glows a little bit, and 5 bolts of arcane energy arc out from her, smashing, like just smashing its wings and uppercutting its head, making it fall unconscious. Falls to the ground and snaps its neck and dies. Cool. Gruesome? Maybe. Effective? Yes.
Shadows. It is your turn.
Shadow's sad. No one next to it for me to get a sneak attack in. Give me a second. Oh, cool. But I can run up and stab it. Shadow stab!
Okay. You hit.
Why did it roll sneak attack? Ignore the sneak attack.
Probably still have it marked on your global.
Yeah, I did. But the 11 piercing is the actual hit.
Okay. Is that all you do?
Cutting action. I'm getting the fucker back away again.
Okay. Siri, it is your turn.
A sneak attack would not have been worth much anyway.
I think I'm just gonna hit it with frostbite.
Okay.
She finally has ranged magic.
Oh, that's mean.
So it needs a.
It's not mean. It's good. It's a good thing.
And I don't know if the disadvantage on the next weapon attack applies.
Constitution save.
Whenever a creature
if it-
that lacks
if it
weapons
fails, it
attacks,
does.
it's considered a natural weapon attack.
Yeah,
And
so
it
like
saves.
it's
Good to know.
yeah. So if it had like a claw or a bite or something, then that would count towards it.
When you're in animal form, you're still making weapon attacks, just natural weapon attacks.
Mm-hmm.
So
I put weapon.
your frostbite hits. You do 5 cold damage to it, and it succeeds on its saving throw. So the ice that starts to form over its wings quickly melts, and it does not really affect it too much outside of the normal damage that it does.
Okay.
Were you about to say something else?
No. Just gonna move away a little bit.
Okay.
Like there.
All right. And it is now its turn.
Oh no. Oh no.
Is it the one that's been affected with Booming Blade?
Mm-hmm.
If it moves within 5 feet, it has to roll 1d8, I think, damage.
So it's going to move to there, and it's going to attack Siri, as she is the one who has separated from the group.
Mikeal, roll your damage.
Yep.
And it's going to attack you for 4.
Okay.
It'll take 2 thunder damage.
And you can tell when it comes and attacks you that it is really, really hurt. And it is now your friendly neighborhood barbarian's turn. Vincent?
Like, did it not see its friend get absolutely pummeled into the ground?
That's why it attacked the person who singled themselves away from the party.
Like an idiot.
Well, it's a bird of prey, so it's going to go for the... it would have gone for Shimmer if Shimmer was not surrounded by the rest of the party.
I don't really know what I was doing. I just did it.
Vincent, you hit and you kill it. Would you like to describe how you kill it?
Get blasted.
I think Codec's trying to say that the Paraton threw within 10 feet of him.
It does not provoke attack of opportunity.
It's not the attack of opportunity.
It's
It's
for Booming
his
Blade.
reaction for... No. The 2 damage was for Booming Blade. I was just reminding him that he could have used his reaction to make an attack because it flew within 10 feet of him for polearm mastery. That's all.
But it does not provoke attack of opportunity.
It
Just
wouldn't
because
be
it's
an attack
fire.
of opportunity.
Oh, no, it wasn't.
It had to come down to ground level to attack her. I suppose it could have stayed above the 10 feet barrier until it was right on top of her. It's entirely possible, but his reaction, it allows him to take it not as an attack of opportunity.
It's
But
just an
because
extra
they
attack
entered his
because
threat
it entered
radius.
his threat range. Yeah, I got you. Vincent, did you want to describe how you killed it, or no?
It's fine. I'll let Vincent get the kill.
Oh, it's too late now. You missed it. It's not a... It will happen.
It dies
Dies
Okay,
It's not.
so
It's not the DM's job to keep track of your action economy.
essentially, it flies in, it attacks Siri, and then you
That's a lot.
run in and smack it with your axe. And as you bring your axe down to try and hit it, you end up cutting it in half. So it's like just split right down the middle because your axe ends up, the blade of your axe is about as big as it. So just one clean swoop of your axe, you cleave it into two halves, and it falls from about 10 feet in the air to dead. And that is combat.
Combat is finished. We have obliterated the enemy. Shadow wonders, does weird bird meat taste good? Should we take weird bird meat?
I have no interest in that. No. Not
I don't either.
Should he roll survival to see if he knows if it would be good meat or not? Or would he have any reason to know?
Shim's gonna take a sniff and it's just like, smells fetid.
You wouldn't really have any reason to know.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm actually going to move you guys over to this map now.
So
Well, if
back
he's no
on the
reason to
track.
know and the party's not interested in taking it, he's not going to spend extra time to get it ready himself.
I see a wagon with what looks like might be gold nuggets on the ground. Can we investigate that, please?
Gold
Hold
nugget's
on.
good. We like gold. Gold is good.
So, towards the end of the day, you're going along the trail a little bit further, and you do come across an overturned wagon. Upon investigation, you find evidence that this is actually a cultist wagon. One of the cult wagons overturns on a difficult corner or when a wheel breaks on a rock. Of the crates that tumble free, one smashes open, revealing dozens of beautiful items of jewelry wrapped in wool for protection. This is an excellent opportunity for the characters to see some of the contraband and even get to friendly. And, well, there's nobody left here. They just kind of abandoned the wagon.
With its loot?
With its loot. They were in too much of a hurry.
Oh,
The
these
shadows find the tracks and find where they go? Are they
North.
too far ahead of us?
They're still pretty far ahead of you. It
It
looks like this wagon's been
Damn.
here for about a day.
Damn, no close stabbings.
Okay. OOC. I think here would be a great place to call it. I know we got a really good viewer count, and I hate to do it, but not only is it a bit late, but this is most likely going to prompt a discussion among the group of how we're going to handle this, and I think Vincent may still want to hash out change of plans, but he can't do that properly in character with the family sleeping.
I understand. And I also know that he is very tired after his dog sledding trip today. So, on that note, I'm going to say thank you very much, everyone who tuned in. I appreciate it very, very, very much. You can see all of the campaign uploaded to our YouTube channel, which I will link as well before I end up closing out the stream entirely. And I'm also going to try and raid another viewer or another streamer, because there are so many of you. I would love to be able to pass that on to somebody else as well. As y'all have shown me love, I want to show love to the Twitch community as well. So thank you again very, very much. I'm going to go ahead and link the YouTube channel, and then I'm going to find somebody to raid. At this point, if there's anything you would like to ask of the party or have the party say anything, by all means, please ask. We will answer any questions, relay any information, whatever we can do to kind of make you guys want to come back and watch us again.
Rain, murder hobos, and chocobros.
Yeah, it's a great name. It's a great name.
It's a good name.
That's awesome.
Also, I will be uploading this to YouTube probably tomorrow, along with session 4, which I need to download from Twitch and upload, so it's going to kind of have a little bit of poor quality because I forgot to record it. Let's see. Let's find another D&D stream to raid, shall we?
I am not the jackass my character is portraying. I rolled a noble
You're right, you're
background
worse.
with some bad flaws. The world revolves around me, and I am clearly a cut above the rest.
You're at your worst, Vteepes.
I have no humility. I kind of resent my responsibilities of the noble class. It's not good. It makes me cringe. It
You were
makes me
just a
cringe.
walking, talking contradiction with this character, I swear.
Well, no, my personality only truly changed once we hit the tavern, where I could be a drunk wastrel again.
I mean, we could always have the doesn't talk deep growl kill demons again.
No, that one ran its course. It's time to try something new.
You hurt your voice too much, is that what it is?
Something new. Okay, let's go down the list here.
When you have to talk like this, because you
Xfinity Internet gets
to give your character a fucked up throat. Yeah, it kind of hurts.
Not gonna lie, I kind of miss talking with the with the broken and incomplete English.
I have fun with that. I got 2 different characters that do that, though the cat
The
mostly
scratch
speaks fine.
language.
He speaks non-broken but mildly fucked up syntax.
Wolves is back,
So what I find funny, I find really funny,
but
Is
you're
that-
muted.
is that Vor went from he doesn't